Very good. Hi everybody, and welcome to the 2020 David C. Johnson Memorial Squash Doubles Tournament. My name is Will Carlin, and I am going to be your host through every match throughout this weekend. We are into today the second or the bottom half, the second half of the draw of the first round. There are 16 matches, and tomorrow we will be up to the quarterfinals. There are 8 matches, 16 teams. Tomorrow we'll be up to the quarterfinals. So today we've got 4 matches coming up for you, and let me tell you a little bit about what these matches are. So we've got, in our 4:30 match, we've got Clinton Leeuw and Omar El Kashef taking on Andres Vargas and Kyle Martino, and we'll be covering that one in just a few moments. That will be followed by, at 5:30 p.m., a very interesting match between Ryan Cuskelly and Cameron Pilley, both of whom were top 20 players in the last few years in the singles tour, and they are playing Will Mariani and Justin Todd. That's the 5:30 or second match of the night. Our third match will see our first seeds of the night. That will be the number 4 seeds, Michael Ferreira and Will Hartigan. They will be taking on Chris Walker and Clive Leach. And for those of you who have been doubles fans or singles fans, you'll know both names, Chris Walker and Clive Leach. They both have amazing pedigrees. They are a little bit older than most of the other players here, and so a lot of people are touting that as the potential match of the evening. That is our 6:30 match. And then at 7:30 we will get our first look at this tournament's number 1 seeds, Zach Alexander and Scott Arnold. Zach won the tournament last year with Chris Callis, and we'll come back to why Chris Callis and Zach are not playing together and why Chris Callis and his normal partner, the hottest team of the tour this year so far, Manik Mahora, are not playing together in this tournament. We'll cover that in a little while. And they are playing Reed Endresen and Jeff Osborne, 2 people who, Jeff Osborne was on the tour for about 15 years ago and has taken a 15-year break and is back. And they are a brand new team, but they have already played 2 matches and 1 qualifiers. So that's our last match of the evening. So we've got 4 very interesting matches, starting here with our 4:30 match between Clinton Leeuw and Omar Al Kashef versus Andres Vargas and Kyle Martino. With that said, let me introduce, it's really my privilege to introduce to you my co-commentator for this match. He is the chair of the entire SDA Tour. He's playing in the event himself, and I'd like to welcome Graham Bassett. Graham, you had a great win last night, very impressive win last night. After you lost the first game, I think 15-13. You came back and won the next 3 games. So congratulations on that. Looking forward to seeing you play again tomorrow. And thank you for being here to co-commentate.
Yeah, it's great to be here. It's a great club. This is the oldest event in pro doubles.
Yep.
So it's a really historic place. And I used to work here a few years ago.
Yes, you did.
And it's definitely a favorite club of mine. And it's a favorite club of many of the players on tour. It's just an amazing event.
Well, when you were the pro here, you were one of the more popular pros who were here. I took a bunch of doubles lessons with you, which was really fun. Got to play with you a bit. You were a gentleman and a great player as well. But let's talk a little bit about this matchup here.
All right, first round match.
Just to set the stage for the spectators here.
Playing Clinton Leeuw and Omar El Kashef in the black kit. Let's start the party, boys. Carl to serve.
Jeff Osborne.
Jeff is doing, he was commentating with me last night. He's doing the refereeing here.
It should be a pretty good match. I think this is one of the closer matchups in the round of 16. You know, Clinton and Omar got a big upset in the Briggs Cup earlier this year. They beat Zach Alexander and Scott Arnold in the first round of that tournament. Huge upset. But, you know, Andres is a veteran on the tour. He's a really super steady player. Kyle's a little newer, but he's had some good success over the last couple of seasons. And, you know, this could go, honestly, this could go either way. The team in the black is definitely the favorite, but I could see this going either way.
So just tell me what the playing styles are of these 2 teams.
Yeah, so I mean, I think it's almost best to take it player by player. I don't think Andres and Kyle have played together too much. Andres is a super steady guy. He's very quick. He's very
Clinton
fit.
left,
He will not get tired out there.
And just to orient everybody, he is playing
on
the
the
left
left,
wall
yep.
in the white.
Yep. He's one of the 3 guys that doesn't have hair in this match. That's probably rough. Shouldn't have said that. But anyway, Kyle, his partner on the right, young guy, super quick, hits a hard ball. He isn't as grizzled and as experienced as some of these other players. So the decision making is sometimes not great, but at the same time, when he gets in a rhythm and he's got his confidence, he's a good shot maker, and he can do some damage if he's playing with a lot of confidence.
And I think, if I'm not mistaken, Kyle was the Rookie of the Year 2 years ago, I believe, 2018.
Yep, that sounds right.
He went to Dartmouth. He graduated in 2016. So as you said, he is definitely not the grizzled veteran of this group.
No, he's one of the younger guys, but he's played a couple seasons on tour. He's played in a lot of tough matches. He's played with some good partners.
Clinton left.
He's played a couple matches with Clive Leach, and he's played a couple other matches with some good players. So he definitely knows his way around the court.
Grommet.
All right, and let's talk about Clinton and
Head out,
Omar.
2-3.
Clinton I know well because he's somebody who plays a lot of lower level pro events, but he plays a lot of them and he wins a lot of them. He's a regular in some of the Atlanta tournaments that I go to, and he's a super nice guy and a really good singles player. And Omar I don't know as well.
Yeah, so both of these guys are come from the singles side of things. Both were PSA players. Clinton did quite well on the pro singles tour. I don't know as much about Omar's history,
Left side
but he's an extremely accomplished singles player. Both are pretty strong. Omar is one of the fitter, stronger guys on tour. He takes real good care of himself. He works out a ton. He hits a really hard ball. So both of these guys are just talented with the racket. They move well. When you talk about good singles guys coming to the doubles and just do all the fundamentals really well. And that's a good description of Clinton and Omar. They can make mistakes,
Yours is above
but
the
they can
line.
both shoot, and they
Definitely,
can both
4-3.
They can both play with a lot of grit. It's hard to get Omar and Clinton off the court in 3 games. They'll battle you the whole way.
Omar was actually one of the teaching pros here for a while, so at the Heights Casino where we are in Brooklyn Heights, and he's now in Pittsburgh, I believe, is where he makes his home.
Left car, 5-3.
And earlier this year, last year, they won, this team, Clinton, Leeuw, and Omar won the Pittsburgh Golf Club Challenger.
So they actually lost in the final.
They lost in the finals. You're right. Sorry about that.
Yep, Ryan Cuskelly and Chris Binney. Those guys, Omar and Clinton, had made the final in Pittsburgh a bunch of times. And yeah, like I said, they've been a force for the last 2 or 3 seasons. They play together consistently, with a few exceptions, and have been a force for sure.
Well, as you said, this could be a closely contested match, and right now we're almost even at the early stages of this match.
That's out.
Yeah, I think they're sort of feeling each other out. The team's getting comfortable on the court. As Kyle hits the beam there, for some of these players don't play on this court a lot. It takes a little bit of getting used to. Clinton's got a lot of experience on this court. I think they're just working the ball around the court, getting moving, starting to get oriented with their attacking games and find holes.
Good rally, guys. Good rally. Clinton left.
That's kind of the thing
5-6.
with Omar. He's got such good attacking instincts, and he can put the ball away in various places on the court. He can be really lethal, but there are times when the decision making, just isn't quite right. And there he's going for a shot that is a little bit low percentage.
And out 7-5.
Yeah, so actually both those errors, one by Clinton and one by Omar, they weren't really close. They were sort of in the bottom of the 10. That could be early of the match, as you say, still getting used to things.
Yeah, I don't know if this was just me, and I'm kind of seeing these guys, it's reminding me of it. Just the court, it played so weird for me at the beginning of yesterday. Ball was a little skiddier off the floor than I was used to, and it just took
left.
And takes a little bit to get used to it. It's also very lively sidewalls on this court. So these guys might just be settling in. But I wouldn't give Vargas and Martino too much of a leech. They'll make you pay for it.
A5.
So the only player we haven't really talked a lot about so far is Andres Vargas, who's number 58 on the tour right now, but is clearly a better player than that. He was a 4-time All-American at Trinity, where during his 4 years, Trinity was continuing its unbelievable reign, and so 4 national championships. He's also a member of the Colombian national squash team, where those singles fans will know the biggest player in Colombian squash has been Miguel Angel Rodriguez, the Colombian cannonball.
9-6.
I wonder if he may not eventually play some doubles too. And he was.
God, I hope so. That'd be great.
I think he would be a very good doubles player. And he's also on the board of the Pan American Federation for Squash. So he's a thoughtful guy, a smart guy, obviously a very talented singles player, and he is the Canadian national doubles champion in softball doubles as well.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yep.
Yeah, so Andres' ranking is definitely lower than he is. He's a top 20 or top 25 talent on tour for sure.
8-9.
He had some good upset wins about 2 seasons ago. He took some time off to go to business school over in Spain. So during that time, he didn't have any points. And as a lot of guys know on the tour, if you take a break and lose all your points, it's pretty hard to work your way back into a good ranking spot, because you have to qualify, and like some of the action earlier in this tournament, the qualifying in these events is really hard.
Yeah.
And we're fortunate we have a lot of players playing now. We have about 150 members on tour, and so the events are very deep now. It's very hard to qualify, so it's tough to get back once you've lost the points. But Andres is a good player. He'll definitely be back in the top 30 if he keeps playing continuously. Definitely going to pick on Martino here a little bit, I think.
Well, he's holding a front position pretty well against Omar over there. I would say he's been in front more than Omar has at the start of this match.
It's tough to play Omar too. He's a very physical right waller. There's a lot of off ball contact. That's a great shot.
11-8.
Very nice.
Hand out.
Yeah, Kyle looks relaxed. I'm impressed so far with Kyle. It seems like he's dealing with the pressure fine. Seems confident. Seems well rested. Like looks like he's playing some of his best squash so far.
This is of the 4 matches we did yesterday. There were not a ton of just out and out hard hitting matches, and these guys, both teams are blasting the ball around a little bit here.
Yeah, yesterday's results were funny. It's rare to see a first round these days without more. I mean, there are 2 4-game matches, but especially on this court, tends to lend itself well to long, high pace, long battles that are just grinding, and for whatever reason yesterday wasn't that, which is interesting.
No, although you did your best to, your match is by far the closest. All 4 of your games were contested. I know you won a bunch of 15-9 games, but they were close until the end of
11-9.
the end of those games. Sort of when you were at about 7-all or 7-8, you then ran up a string of points. But your first game also, I think, was 15-13. So.
Yeah, you know, honestly, it's those guys played well that we played against. Elroy and Tor. I don't think that Hamed and I had our best day, but I don't want to take away from those 2 guys. I mean, they played great squash. They're shooting the ball well. Hitting a lot of good angles, and it's good for those guys as well. I said this to a few people yesterday that Elroy is such a nice guy and a great player, and for some reason this year he's lost a bunch of qualifying matches, and he's like heartbreaking 5th game. That's a great shot from Omar there. That's what he does great when he's on his front foot and just
10-11.
hammering it,
slamming it into the neck.
Yeah, when he tries to be a little bit too creative and spin the ball too much or try to do something a little too special, he's not as good as when he just leans on that front foot and puts that big frame into hitting his attacking stuff.
No let. 11 all left.
That's a good call. There's nobody in the way there.
No let. 11 all. Yeah.
Jeff Osborne loves the no-let call.
Well, yesterday he was, while we were commentating.
Wait, let me guess. He's saying that everybody should just hit the ball more, play through every interference.
Yeah, and
love it.
He was also encouraging. He was like, I think they should be a little more physical.
If Jeff could have his way, there'd be no lets. People just run through each other and hit each other a lot with the ball. He'd love to see that. I love Jeff. It's great having him back. Hopefully Jeff will be in the States here soon, and we'll see him a lot more on tour. Yeah. Anyway, I was saying about Elroy is that he lost a bunch of matches in these close 5th game losses, and finally got through the qualifying in good form yesterday. And Tor's an up-and-coming guy too. He's a guy who's built for doubles.
Yeah.
Big, strong. Good hands on him as well. So I mean, he's going to be a force on this tour pretty soon. So it was really nice to see those guys get through. And honestly, I think Hamed and I are fortunate to get them early on in their experience on tour before they get too confident, too good.
I saw the ball good.
Well, it was a fun match to watch.
There. It makes noise.
You guys had definitely a better sense of strategy and how to deal with them. So it was a good.
All right, thanks, Vargy.
Smart win by you guys. But now we're nearing the end of this first game, 12 all. So still anybody's game here.
Just a few errors. I mean, the more experienced. Jeez, did he play that off the floor?
He played it off the floor and he got it. Still in play. I've seen Clinton in singles dive around the court every now and then.
Yeah, both Clinton and Omar are not afraid to dive, not afraid to go after the ball for sure. So see if we can get Steve to replay that. That was pretty neat. Good rally this. I mean, this is an important rally too. It's going to be a lead, I think.
That should be a lead.
Well, on the right, 13-12.
Even Jeff will have to give that as a let because otherwise he could have just taken his legs right off.
So here's off the floor.
Off the floor.
What a shot.
That's unbelievable.
That's great.
This is near the end of the game.
Damn.
The hitting hard is coming out.
Left box.
Must have just come off the back.
14-12.
Yeah.
Game
That's
ball.
a bit of a lucky one there, but It's a good shot from Omar. The white team just taking punishment here.
But they're smart. They're
That was down.
Hand out.
Yep.
13-14.
Yeah, Andres excels in this sort of atmosphere here, which is you absolutely cannot afford to make an error, and you're willing to play a 10-minute rally.
Yep.
That's Andres' kind of game. So Clinton and Omar should really focus up here and make sure they get out of this next rally with a point. Oh no!
Nice get.
That's a good lap.
Final lap. 14-13. Goal right.
This could be a long match, just the way these guys are playing. Playing a lot of heat, not a ton of shooting.
Wow.
All right. 1 point for the first game.
14-all. Game ball.
In a match like this, how important do you think the first game is? It's always important, I know, but
Fault.
I think it's really important here because these teams are close enough where confidence is going to be a big thing, especially with Kyle. If Kyle gets out of this game with a win, I think he'll come in feeling really confident. And oh, that's a great shot from Clinton.
smart shot.
2 minutes, guys.
great
Make sure you're
shot.
back.
He was there as well.
Yes, he was. All right, well, you called it. This would be a close match. Can't get much closer than 15-14. So you're feeling now that Clinton and you said that Clinton and Omar were probably the favorites in this match.
Yeah, they're definitely the favorites on paper. They're the 5 to 8 seed here, and yeah, they're a little bit steadier. They've got a little bit more firepower. I think if they can ice Andres a little bit, make Andres feel like he needs to shoot, and then get Kyle making a few errors, they should be okay here. But if they allow Andres to pump the ball around the court and just use his pace and his consistency, and then if Kyle gets opened up to hit a few winners, it could very easily go the other way. The end of that game there is good for Clinton and Omar. They're disciplined. They're letting those other guys make some mistakes, and then they're shooting and good opportunities.
That's that great get by Clinton there. A volley when he's falling backwards on the floor.
He does a lot of that. He's a very good pro-am player. He moves very well. He can hit the ball from a bunch of weird spots, except that one apparently.
But that one's a good one there to end the game.
That's the one that counted.
Yep. So first game is underway. This is the first of 4 matches tonight, and we are going to see number 1 seeds in the last match, number 4 seeds in the second to last match. That one, many people are calling potentially the match of the first round. And here we are facing off with 2 teams that are very closely matched. And indeed, the first game went 15-14. I'm Will Carlin. I'm sitting here with Graham Bassett. We are at the David C. Johnson Memorial Squash Tournament, the 2020 edition, here in Brooklyn Heights, Brooklyn, New York. And this used to be your stomping ground. Do you miss it?
I miss it a lot. Yeah. No, I really love being here. They sort of created a position here. At the time, I was in kind of all over New York City. I was playing a lot of pro doubles, trying to get more involved with the pro doubles tour, and I got talking to a couple of committee members here.
All right, Clinton and Omar lead 1 game to love.
What I wanted to do, and
Omar to serve level.
They created this position here, which was sort of an adult squash pro position. It would help with a little bit of adult singles, and then to really try to push the doubles program. And I sort of got things off the blocks. Met my now wife and chased her up to Boston. But the real kind of story here with this club, at least with doubles is concerned, is that 2 guys took the reins after me and have really grown this program into
hand out, one love.
You know, a great program. That the court here would only be booked a little bit in the evenings, a little bit on the weekends, a little bit of play, but not a lot. And now there's actual serious conversations about a second court in this building because the court is just completely packed all day.
2 love.
And it's really competitive to get on court, so it's just great. You know, it's great to see the hardball doubles doing so well, the Pro Tour doing so well, and yeah, it's good. It's great to be back here.
2-1.
Well, you took those energies, Graham, and you know, as I said, I was one of your students here and part of the doubles community here since I was a youngster, and you definitely revitalized. It's always been there's always been an avid core group, but you made it. You started to make it way beyond the core group, and
look at that.
And
what I like that you've done is you've extended that now as the chair of the entire tour, and I think, you know, you get a huge amount of credit for doing a similar thing that you did with the program here for the entire tour, making
3-2
it more popular. As you said, there are more players than ever right now on tour. There's always been a core of good tournaments, some with a lot of money because of people who are super big doubles fans. But now there's more events and more players and more rounds of qualifying, and a lot of that has happened since you've become head of the tour. So,
yeah, you know, I
Clinton, right?
The tour went under a bit of a transition in 2011 into 2012. It was refounded as the SDA, and there was a committee that was sort of in charge of that transition. And you know, I told them at the time, I said, you know, if there's an executive director position for this tour, I want it. It's very much something I want to do, and you know, lucky enough, years later, I've been able to actually get into that spot.
Oh wow, Vargy.
And yeah, the tour's doing great. You know, we had about 30 members and about $200,000 of prize money. Just you know, 7 years ago, and now we're up at around $600,000 in prize money, and we've got 150 players and 20 sites around the country. We have we have sites in Canada and Mexico. We're opening up new tournaments all the time in new areas. We're just out in Portland, Oregon last week, entertaining some crowds out there, and we've got a bunch of new clubs interested. And even more gung-ho about the status of hardball doubles. People are building new courts all the time. Courts that already have 1 court are looking at the possibility of 2. Clubs with 2 courts are looking at 3, and we're about to open a $30 million training center down in Philadelphia, the Arnold Spector U.S. Squash Center, which will have two doubles courts with dark walls, dark floor, and a white ball.
Very cool.
Which will finally be able to broadcast this sport in all its glory and send it around the world and show everybody what we're doing and why it's such a great game.
Yeah, softball doubles, which is played in all the regional games, Commonwealth games, Asian games, African games, Pan American games. It's an interesting game, but it's nothing like this. And what I think is really a testament to that is how many of the international folks who come over here who have played softball doubles really find this version of doubles way more exciting.
Yeah, you know, we're a little biased here, but you know, we definitely feel that this is the best version of squash doubles. I think the best evidence of that is that they've changed the softball game a bunch of times. You know, they've tried widening the court, they've tried lowering the tin, they've tried a lot of things to make that game better. And you know, this game created in 1920 was it, the Racket Club of Philadelphia, has remained the same since its inception, and it's just gotten better.
Sorry, Vargy.
So
Clinton's in. No, Clinton.
You know, we would really like to see it, take off in the international scene. There are courts in other parts of the world other than North America, and we hope that maybe this game will replace softball doubles in all the major games. That would be pretty neat.
Yeah. Well, in the next match, I believe it's the next match. We have
anyone
Cameron
brave
Pilley and
enough?
Ryan Cuskelly playing, and they, of course, were the world softball doubles champions. And here, I think they've really said that they enjoy the game. But
There's
they
another
are
ball just outside there, Vogue.
looking for it. So we have a ball break here. Yesterday, we had 2 balls break in the space of about 10
Just above the
points.
door.
But it does happen. Balls are glued together. They're hard. These guys are hitting it hard. So the real question is,
Gracias.
who wants the other team to warm it up? And some people want to get the feel of the new ball right away. So there's always a little bit of sort of interesting stuff that happens here. But it looks like
Should always be the young guys who get the ball first. That's we were mad at those guys yesterday we were playing with because, ball broke, we got on court. Went on court and I stayed with those guys who are both about 5 years younger. And, I'm 34 and Hamid is 40. And those guys are making us warm up the ball. I was a little mad at that.
Did you say anything to them?
Yeah.
Or do you just exchange looks?
I just said to Hamid, I'm surprised that we're doing this. But,
well,
yeah,
it's interesting when, in both versions of the game, singles and doubles for me, when a ball breaks, I actually like to warm it up. I want to get the feel of that new ball fast. So it's something that I look to try to do, but it's not, especially if you've been playing a long time. Warming up the ball takes a little bit. So, but this looks like they're just all just trying to get the feel of it, so no big deal. Graham, you obviously know the players well, and you predicted that this would be close, and here we are. First game was 1 point difference, and we're 5 all, so we played somewhere around 40 points, 39 points, and 1 point separates these two. I'm expecting that Jeff Osborne will tell these guys it's time to get going here. But look at the back. You can see in the back that Clinton and Omar are having an extended conversation about what they want to do. That's Jeff Osborne, the referee's voice. And
Clinton
had a
on the
feeling
left,
he'd be eager
5
to get
all.
it going, and he appears to be so. So again, this is a first round match. We are in the bottom half of the draw.
5 all.
And it's 1-love for the serving team and 5 all in the second game. What we've seen so far in this match is much more
6-5.
hard hitting than we saw at all last night. But as the players are starting to find their groove on this court, I think we're going to see a little bit more shot making, but I think the hard hitting is going to be a staple of this, at least especially for Clinton Leeuw and Omar El Kashef, who are in the black. And
Clinton came out real hot in the beginning of this game. Hit a couple killer winners.
was that just a strange bounce?
Left.
What happened there?
7-5.
The spin was
There's the spin.
really
Wow.
tough spin, yeah.
Wow.
A lot of wheels in this team in white here. It's going to be hard to beat these guys in the front.
Clinton and Omar had them on the run there, but they got it back to
Stroke.
even.
7-6.
Yep.
No, sorry, handout 6-7.
Yeah, I think that's got to be a stroke.
Yep, it's right back at him.
7-all.
That's a great hold there. Don't take, don't take the chance on getting this stroke. Hold it and put it in there. That's well done by Endresen.
Yeah, that's very nice.
Much better shot making this game from both teams.
That's a good get. I thought that was.
Yes, lad. 8-7. Kyle on the right. 8-7. Out. What's the problem? What's up? Oh, I thought it was good.
I didn't see the
Vargas left 8-all.
See if we have a replay of that.
I mean, if that's the one he thought
wasn't
Clinton
close.
didn't get,
Definitely good.
Yeah.
Yep, I'm with you. Good call by Jeff.
I got rinsed on a call yesterday. Did you guys say anything about that?
I don't remember which one you're talking about. What was it? What was the situation?
Yeah. The ball,
Hand out. 9-8.
comes to the door. Both Hamed and I are on the side. Elroy's in the middle of the court. I asked for a let, and I just said to Jordan, I was like, is the let on me? Because I'm on the side.
Oh, yeah, no, I do remember that whole situation.
Yes, let. 9-8.
That was, I think we...
What did you and Jeff say?
I think we ultimately
9-8.
agreed with you, but we thought the situation was confusing. It was confusing because what happened was I think the referee thought something else was being appealed at first.
Right, he thought it was a serve.
Yeah, and it was the serve and whether it was in or out. And we thought, you know what, it was probably, the serve was definitely in. And so we were on your side, but
I think I think ultimately, I think the center referee was on my side as well. That had already said it was a let, and he's trying to take himself out of it. I tried to encourage him that no, he could change a call. It's okay.
Yeah, you were very aware of what was going on, and
I felt it was a teaching opportunity.
Yeah.
9-8. Final let.
He was trying to get out of it, but you were like, hold on. Yeah, so we were on your side on that.
I shouldn't do that. I should have just played on.
But I think we both understood what had happened, so one of those things.
That's a great spot from Omar there.
10-8.
You've got him crossed, and you put it right at his body. That's a terrific spot.
As long as we're talking about the refereeing, tell me about doubles refereeing.
10-8.
So right now it feels like at this tournament, for example, so far it's been mostly players who are refereeing each other. I asked this with a little bit of bias because I was the head referee for this tournament for 3 years at one point. And we had nothing but professional referees. At that point it was me, Larry Sconzo, a few others. We had side judges who were sometimes members.
Mm-hmm. Clinton
the
Wright.
Refereeing was all the
10-9.
The people who were used to refereeing. And in the pro singles game now, of course, everybody's in the pro tournaments. They're all professional referees above a certain dollar level.
Yeah.
And just wondering what your thoughts are about that.
So I do have some thoughts. In my position at U.S. Squash, I'm working to improve the refereeing infrastructure. We're lucky, U.S. Squash has done a lot of work. Rich Wade, who just recently left the organization, did a lot of work at creating infrastructure and building up a stable of professional referees, which are now used all across the country for singles events, pro singles events, college events, junior events. And we refer to them in the office as the red shirts because they always are wearing their red shirts around. And they're doing a great job. And, they're really doing important work as well. The referees, including last night at the hands of me, take a little grief now and again. But without good officials, you really can't have good, fair competition. So as far as the refereeing goes for SDA, at the moment we require the players to referee all their matches. But we're starting to work with them. Canada's actually got better refereeing infrastructure than we do right now.
And out. 10-12.
But it's still limited. We still need to create a program here in the States and to start really elevating the professional referees to a standard where they start working with
10-12.
the professional tours as sort of the top of the pyramid, if you will, and then start to get more referees refereeing at the national championships and create a pathway. So start with a sort of a club refereeing certification and work your way up to a regional referee, to a national referee, and then based on assessments and everything else, you start to become a referee for professional events. And yeah, in the long run, we really do want to get away from our players refereeing matches. At the moment, it's there's a number of issues with that. It works well for us for now, but yeah,
10-13.
we'd like to
Vargas
professionalize
left.
it, and we're in the process of doing so.
Yeah, I actually love players being referees. I think that they have a sense of how fast people are, for example, what the capabilities are, and obviously knowing the rules fairly well. Having said that, I think there's familiarity and other issues that can come in the long run.
Yeah.
And so the more that you can get to a standard, the better. And doubles is tricky because even just knowing how to say the score properly, is tricky. And even experienced doubles players, when they're suddenly refereeing, they get confused about how to say it and how to.
Yeah, the most important thing is getting the outcomes to be fair, and like you said, there's a number of issues with it. The nice thing about having the players do it is there's a certain level of competency that is pretty much guaranteed, and it gets better as the rounds
Second
go on.
man left.
The players are better
14-11.
and more experienced.
Game ball.
And the refereeing tends to get better as it goes on. It used to be a little more chaotic, as you said. We had pretty much one consistent professional referee on tour, which was Larry Sconzo, who's a legend of the doubles game. And we really do miss Larry. He is pretty much retired from his officiating duties, although you see him at tournaments now again. And he's doing well. Last time I saw him.
12-14.
But yeah, we'd like to get it to a point where there's not players, professional referees on a consistent basis, but we just don't quite have the stable of people to do it just yet.
And funding, because you got to pay those guys.
True.
So.
So while we're talking there, Omar and Clinton really opened up a lead. They had 14-10 there. Oh, that's a great shot. No, down.
And that does it. 2-love for Clinton and Omar. It has been tight, but they are the favored team, and they are in a 2-love lead. It has been hard hitting. That game was, I think, much better shot making. There were fewer unforced errors, although there's still a bunch. There were a couple matches last night with very few unforced errors. This one has had more than its share, but part of that is the pace here is higher than any of the matches were last night.
And, if you get teams hitting good sidewall angles, the ball, like I said, the sidewalls are really lively. So if you are able to, hit good angles, get the ball bouncing into players, you're going to produce a lot more racket errors. And it's hard to shoot short with any sort of floating stuff short. It tends to stay up. So you've really got to hit it in there with some purpose.
One of the things that you'll notice on a lot of these replays where Clinton and Omar are winning the point is they are even or in front of their opponents a lot more on a lot of these balls. That's the stroke situation.
Honestly, I thought Vargas and Martino, they came out so strong, making a lot of good decisions, making a lot of good shots, and I'm surprised that we almost kind of missed the point where Omar and Clinton sort of reeled off a few there and dug themselves back into it.
Yep.
So yeah, I think this is a tough moment for Vargas and Martino here. They need to regroup. They need to get a little more steady and figure out how to move Clinton and Omar off the tee a little bit. Those guys are not moving near enough. They need to work them around the court a little bit more.
If you are Clinton and Omar, are you thinking, boy, do we want to get out of here 3-zip?
Oh, yeah. Definitely. Not only for just the fatigue side of things. I mean, the players who played last night are lucky enough to have a day off today.
Yep.
But, you know, if you go through an absolute dogfight tonight, tomorrow you've got to play a top 4 seed. And potentially play midday. There's some lunchtime matches tomorrow.
Yep.
So, you know, it's important to conserve energy, and it's for singles or for doubles. It's not as much sort of the cardiovascular, and you know, it's more about muscle fatigue.
Yep.
You know, because it's certainly upper body, shoulders, stuff like that. You wear your arm down. You know, by the end of these weekends, especially with pro-ams involved, you know, some of these players are playing 5-6 matches in weekends, and you know, if you're slugging a ball as hard as you can for 90 minutes, you know, the shoulder, the forearm, they're going to get fatigued, and you're going to lose that pace. And if you need that power, you know, it's going to be a problem for you. Cuskelly, interesting story about Cuskelly. You know, is just retired from the PSA Tour. Played in the Briggs Cup, which is one of our largest events.
2 games to
it's
love.
A diamond event this year, and he had played. He made the final of the Pro-Am. I think he'd won the final of the Pro-Am, and he made it to the main draw through qualifying. Ended up playing something like 7 matches, and actually he could. So he went down to the World Teams straight after for Australia. Could barely lift his arm. And so, yeah, it really takes a toll. So yeah, that's a very long-winded answer of yes. I think that Omar and Clinton really want to win this game.
Hand out, 1 love.
My sense is the first 10 points of this match, first to get to 5 of this game, not this match, are going to be very telling for what's going to happen in this 3rd game.
Oh, got him.
Wow. Absolutely nailed it.
2 love, left.
He sort of ducked into the ball, though. But that's a smart play. If your opponent is trapped up front, instead of going to the open court, to sometimes blast the ball sort of at him, not necessarily to hit him, but to hit it sort of so that he doesn't have time to reflex it out.
Love.
Now, this is a very good start by Vargas and Martino. They're down 2-zip. And although we talked about the incentive for Clinton and Omar to want to come out and get the 3rd game here, sometimes a team with a 2-love lead can be a little bit complacent at the beginning, and if you can jump out to a lead, you can get yourself back into the match quickly. So these next few points are really important, because if Clinton and Omar don't get into it quickly,
left, 3-1.
the game can sort of start to fly away.
Yeah, I mean, this is just the start that Vargas and Martino are hoping for.
2-3.
But this is the maturity of Clinton and Omar, because they're down 3-zip. Vargas and Martino are looking good, and they've just quickly, as quick as that, very quickly closed the gap back to 3-2.
Yes, left.
And the difference between 3-2 and being down, say, 5-love or 4-1 is a big honking deal in this early stage of this game.
Yeah, so we're going to experiment. For the last 3 tournaments of the season this year, we're going to experiment with some 11-point scoring. A lot of players have been asking for it, and we're going to give it a try. There's a lot of reasons to do it, but I won't go into those in depth. But we're going to give it a try at the last 3 tournaments this season, which is Cleveland, the New York Challenger at the Racket Tennis Club, and in Buffalo. and see what it does for the product. We want to see what getting down to the business end of the game earlier is like. Could be interesting.
Down.
Well, I will admit that I was
4-3.
not a huge fan of the 11-point scoring for the singles game at first, but I think it has proven to be quite good.
You know, at the moment we have
5-3.
these rounds where, you know, we're starting, you know, say a quarterfinals at 5 o'clock. You know, the first 3 matches go 90 minutes, and all of a sudden the last match of the night is going on at, you know, 10 p.m. and nobody's there watching. You know, it's the 3 referees and
right.
a few people
6-3.
watching online, and you know, we just think that, you know, if you know that's 5 hours of squash is more than enough, and we're also, you know, seeing some player injuries, and just the tour has gotten so competitive down in the early rounds that you know, we think that shortening the matches a little bit, getting to the action part of the game a little bit sooner might be a boon, might be a good thing. So we're going to give it a try.
6-4, left side.
Well, I just want to point out that point, Vargas and Martino were up 3-love, and Clinton and Omar wound up going up 6-4. They won 6 straight points. That streak has now been broken, but
yeah, I mean, I think Omar and Clinton have this. You know, I think that Endresen and Kyle have played well, but they just haven't been able to string together enough points to.
Of course, just as you say that.
Yeah, of course.
Needless to say that.
It's a commentator's curse, isn't that a thing?
Yep. We mentioned it a few times last night.
Shot.
It's a great angle.
6-all.
Yeah, Clinton's got to step forward there.
Right, 7-6.
So the first 3 points were Vargas and Martino. The next 6 were Clinton and Omar, and now the last 4 are back to
7-all.
streaky. But here we are, 7-all.
Yes, Lat, 7-all. I said no.
Wow, that's a great
nice shot.
Look at that.
Hand out, 8-7.
And he's sort of hitting that almost off the floor himself.
That's fantastic.
Down.
Yeah, you know, Omar and Clinton have played very well. This is a hard draw for them. Out of the 9-16 guys, these guys are straight in. This is a tough draw that they got, and they're doing quite well considering.
Nice lob. That's a great point.
That's the angle that they're getting
Coming in.
Clinton on.
9-8.
I mean, we have the benefit of being able to see this camera view here, which shows it so well. But on court, I mean, if I was coaching those guys, I'd say, look, that's the angle that's getting him. Kyle should be focusing on that angle, breaking it just before Clinton's body. Clinton's having trouble adjusting to it.
Down.
That's a bad error.
9-all.
Didn't need to cut it that close either.
That kind of goes back to what we're saying. They're not really moving Clinton and Omar enough. You know, that's one where you want to make Omar go up and get it.
Yes, let 9-all.
You saw Clinton give a nod here. He's like, no worries. Thank you for looking out for me.
Yeah, there's some times where the opponent calls a let and you're more than happy that they called a let.
Yep.
Alright, so this is gut check time for Andres and Kyle here. That either they get something going right here and that's it.
Oh,
That
wow.
is a sensational shot,
10-9.
Kyle. Oh my goodness.
Wow.
That's how you get it going, my friend.
Yeah.
Oh, that is a momentum
10-all
killer right
hand
there.
out.
That is the
That's the
Elroy
crack.
Leong momentum killer. I hope he's listening.
Yeah.
He would have fist pumped it though, so he gave me a lot of grief for that.
So just so everybody knows what we're talking about, at a critical point in the match last night, Graham hit that same front wall.
No,
side-
Elroy hit it.
Oh, Elroy hit it.
Elroy hit it, yeah.
Hit the
10-11 left.
hit that crack, and the ball just
For the
sort of
third time in
died.
the match as well. And he fist pumped it hard. I told him that I was like, I would have done the exact same thing. Oh, that's a bad error,
And out.
Clinton.
12-10.
All right, there's the 2-point cushion they needed.
Well, you said it was a gut check on Vargas and Martino, but it might be just as much a gut check here on Clinton and El Kashef as well.
I'll say it right now. This is my bold prediction. If Vargas and Martino win this rally, this match is going 5 games.
5 games?
If they win this rally, this match is going 5.
All right, that's a good prediction.
Ooh, there we go. All right, 5 games.
You're saying a
13-10.
5-game match.
Plan your afternoon accordingly. Heard it here first.
That was a lot of significance you put on that point, but let's see.
Great reset shot from Clinton there. Ooh, I don't know.
No let.
Yeah.
There you go.
Right, 14-10.
Yeah, Jeff.
Game ball.
Jeff is not letting that one be a let.
It's a good call. It's a nice shot.
So there you go, game ball.
And I think Jeff also likes the fact that Vargas played that ball. You know, he actually almost could have called a let there.
Yeah.
Let's play on, guys. 14-10, game ball.
Steve having a little bit of humor over there, showing the tin in between points. Okay. Steve is our producer. He's in charge of the replays. All right.
That is a great
an
get.
unbelievable get. Teams are scrambling.
Great rally. the winner. Look at that. Take a bow, Vargas.
What's so nice about that was
terrific.
that came after 4 or 5 just absolute crunches of the ball, and then to sort of throw in that corner. It's a nice little job of brainwashing there, because they're sort of starting to set back, looking for that hard ball, and he's got a forehand overhead, which is where he's been crunching it, and instead he puts it in the neck. Nice game. So your prediction certainly looks good for the moment.
Yeah, I mean.
So I just want everyone who's out there to just understand that Graham said at 13:10, no, at 12:10.
Yeah, 12-10.
At 12:10, they were playing a long point, and you said if Vargas and Martino win this point, the match is going 5 games.
Yeah.
And it was 2-love. They were down 2-love at that point. So now we're into a 4th game. So your prediction is still looking good, but I'm going to keep track of this, Graham. I just want you to
Sounds
know.
like you're.
You're not off
you're
the
holding
hook.
me this one.
You're not off the hook. I think you said it was a bold prediction. I just want to make sure we're keeping a record of it.
Yeah, you know, I think the second half of that game, Andres really improved his angles. I think that was key to their success there.
Yeah.
You know, if they've got to get those guys moving a little bit and in uncomfortable spots. And, you know, you saw a little bit of that on Clinton. You know, Martino hitting some better cross-court angles. And this, like,
and made fewer errors.
Yeah,
Martino
it definitely.
made many fewer
yeah,
errors.
he's more consistent. You know, if they can get those guys moving a little bit, get some racket errors off of them, I think they might find some cracks in the armor. You know, they've been close this whole time. It's been neck and neck. And then in the business end of the games, you know, Clinton and Omar have pulled away. But in that game there, it was the opposite. It was 10-all. They got down to business, got a little bit of a lead, and then finished it off. So, you know, if they keep those angles up, keep their confidence up, they might be able to start to pick away. And Omar, Clinton can fatigue. The other 3 guys you won't see get too tired, but Clinton can start to fatigue. So we'll have to see what happens in this 4th game.
Well, you had said the importance you felt of Clinton and Omar winning that 3rd game. They wanted to get out of there. They did not. So now what are they thinking? Are they feeling desperate, annoyed, just like let's get this done?
No.
What's their attitude right now?
Well, I think it's just that they shake that one off. It was a close game. They played well. They need to figure out how to stop the momentum. You know, doubles is such a momentum game. So they need to figure out how to play some long rallies, play consistent, absolutely no errors here to start this 4th. If they can open up a little bit of lead, that would be good. But
how you doing? You all right?
you know, I don't know. Andres and Kyle still look very fresh.
All
They
right.
definitely have a little bit of an
1
injection
game
of
to
life
2.
after taking
Kyle
the
to
game.
serve.
Well, I don't need to ask you your prediction for this game because you've already made it.
Love all. Let's
And
play.
so Vargas and Martino
I like
will win
to be
this
bold.
game.
Will, I like
according
to be
you.
bold.
What you didn't do, though, Graham, as long as we're just talking about your bold prediction, is you didn't predict the ultimate winner. You just said it would go 5 games.
Starting to think that was pretty wise. That's a good shot there. That's what
And
the
out.
start they needed.
1 love.
A little bit of luck in the back corner. I don't think either team have really picked a guy to pick on. You know, they've sort of played these guys even. They should isolate somebody here.
Wow. That is
Down.
Great shot, Kyle.
Great rally.
a great
boys.
way to stay in the point, too, because
Clinton on the left. 1-all.
Clinton was really putting
Yeah,
it
it's
to
2
them.
bounces before you got it.
Let's see. 1. I don't know.
I think he may have actually picked it up.
One more time, Steve, if you would. I don't know. That angle makes it look like it hit the floor, but it's awfully close. I don't blame Omar. That angle, the right wall angle, makes it look like it was up. I don't blame him for continuing to play there. Still a good shot from Kyle, though, right? Because that's moving Omar forward.
Yeah, which was one of your principles here was that you wanted to see them move these guys around a little bit more. The white team moved the black team around.
Oh, Kyle.
And now,
Yes,
2-1.
sir. That was hit thin. Nice.
Three-1.
Wow.
So this is it. This is not the start they wanted. You know, they got off with that good first point, but now they've given up a few unforced errors. Vargas and Martino maintaining the momentum. Good quality doubles though. These guys are playing well. This is entertaining for the crowd for sure.
There's a lot of nice court coverage going on here too.
Great shot.
The teams
Right
covering
side,
for each
Dougie,
other.
3-2.
Miscue there.
4-2 left.
Well, Omar called it, but then he thought that Clinton was going to take it anyway.
Now, did he hit Kyle's finger there?
Well,
Must have been on the follow through, right?
I didn't see it. So he, yep, he
Something-
did. Yep, he got
something
him.
happened, yeah. That's the opening
And
as well.
out.
It's good for him to shoot there, but that needs to be front right corner. This is the wrong shot. Got Omar on the back. You need to just float that to the front right. Make Clinton go get it. You've got him out of position. But instead, he tried to hit the reverse winner. And it's a wrong shot. It's a good angle, though.
3-5.
Good
4-5.
shot for Omar there. Nice little reverse, short swing.
Ugh, arms aren't that long. Catch. Good hands, mate. Check it. I saw him all good. Did you see him all good? 4-5, Clinton Wright. Unseen.
Clinton's got to get the angle on that cross court.
But again here, wow, that's a nice shot. Keep the point going behind the back. But you've got to be a little bit.
Oh.
Do you call that?
He's going to ask for a let. He might not get one there. They're thinking about it.
I think.
Yeah, there's no cracks. I think it's just tired of being beaten up by
no,
you
they're
guys.
checking the ball again.
Hand out. 6-4.
So a little bit of boo-boo from the referees there. They should have replaced the ball to start this game. So we wouldn't be checking it at this point, but they may have forgotten.
So just go through the rule there. As I understand it, the rule now is that you can request that the ball be replaced at the end of the third game?
No,
or is it the
actually,
referee's discretion.
so this is an SDA Tour rule.
Yep.
So this is not a official rule of hardball doubles. This is a Tour rule, but if the ball hasn't broken in the first 3 games, we replace it every time. That should probably be
6-5, Vargas left.
If it hasn't been broken,
if it hasn't been broken in the first 3 games, you start with the 4th game with a new ball, no matter what.
No matter what.
If it breaks in the first 3.
Then it's
they did break one in the first 3, didn't
yes, they did. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm misremembering.
Well, no. So I want to know what the rule is. So there it's referee's discretion.
No, the ball must be replaced. So it doesn't matter who wants it or not. The ball will be replaced after 3 games.
Well, let me go back. So after 3 games, I got that part.
Yes,
but because the ball broke.
6-5.
But because the ball broke in the first 3 games,
yes.
then the rules are normal. So
the rules are normal. So
could
the players request a new ball?
So if all 4 players want a new ball, they can get a new ball. Or if the center referee determines unilaterally that there should be a new ball will come out. And that's hardball doubles rules. That's not a Tour specific rule.
Okay, got it. So
I saw the serve good. Sorry? Yeah, I was looking straight down and I saw it good. I got a good view. You both appealed, but you both played on, so we play the point. 7-5, right. He didn't say it was out. He put his hand up. Unfortunately for the position you're in, Omar, I'm making the calls. The call is at 7-5. Vargas on the right.
So just to be clear what's going on there, the serve itself was very close to being
6-7.
out.
Yeah.
Both players were appealing it, so they both raised their hands simultaneously from other teams. They then both played the point.
6-7.
And what Jeff Osborne, the referee, said is because you guys played the point and because I saw it as in, we're having the point stand.
Yeah.
There was discussion around that, but that was ultimately what happened. And from my perspective as a former doubles referee, that was the right call.
Yeah. So another sort of difference between the SDA and amateur play is we have all three referees are making the calls simultaneously and taking the majority decision, and we apply that for ball-related stuff too. So balls that are down or possibly out, potentially serves that are not in.
Yes, 6-7.
All three judges are making the call at the same time. So basically, if two judges think play should stop, then play stops, and they're doing that with hand signals up there.
Yep. That's actually they're only.
Ooh, there we go. Let's get a replay on that. That carnage. All
6-7.
Right in the butt.
It's a late cross.
He may still get a mark from that. It wasn't super hard hit.
7-all.
That's a good shot from Clinton there. Vargas and Martino need to find their strategy from before. Let Nomar and Clinton hang around here. Great recovery from this black team. And they'll get a let there
rally.
As well. Great rally.
I'm a left. 7-all.
Vargas just couldn't put it away there. He had the opening, and just couldn't put it away. Tough position. The intensity of this match has picked up considerably in the last few games.
Oh.
Oh, wow, down.
Great shot, Kyle.
Well done. That's being aware,
Clinton
too,
on the
because
right.
what he realized was Clinton had stumbled and
Yeah.
was in the back, and so he was just trying to get it short onto his side.
7-8.
See whether Omar
Right
could
side.
cover it or not. And it was a good drop shot. It wasn't fantastic, but it was good enough.
Yeah, good. I mean, under normal circumstances, Clinton's 3 feet farther up.
Yep.
He's there in 2 steps.
Yep.
Instead, he would have been there in 3. And
But that's good situational awareness by Kyle, because it's what you want to do is be just good enough, and that's what it was. Not comfortable margin for error.
7-8, right box.
All right. Well, your prediction is still looking good. Still holding you to it.
I don't know. I mean, Clinton and Omar have played well here. Vargas and Martino have failed to create some distance.
Yeah, well, they've sort of gotten a couple-point lead every time, but then Clinton and Omar have closed the gap pretty quickly each time. But they were doing that in the third game for a while, too, until they didn't, so.
Yeah, well, that's kind of the way that a lot of us feel about the rhythm of these doubles matches, is that the game is sort of just, you know,
It's a nice shot.
sparring until you get to 10-all,
Left.
and then at 10-all, it's the business end of the
8-all.
game, and the better team's gonna dial it down and win the game, you know?
I do, and I think that's one of the arguments for at least trying the 11-point scoring that you said you guys are going to do at the end of the season.
Yeah.
But okay, we're at the little past the midpoint stage of this game.
That's
Down.
a great shot. There's the angle of Vargas.
Hand out. 9-8.
Look at that, right in the
That-
nick.
Yeah, right in the neck.
It's a big nick to work with there, too.
Since you're trying the 11-point scoring, oh, that's
9-all.
That's not the error we want.
no, not then. It's just here we are, 9-all.
Nine-all.
Be a let as well.
Yep. A lot of hard serving going on.
You know, it's tough to hit a good lob serve in this court because of that beam in the middle. That notorious beam. I was struggling with it yesterday. I couldn't really hit a decent
Hand out.
serve.
Yeah, we saw
10-9.
that
Kyle.
your match had a bunch of beam shots. We talked a lot about the beam yesterday. The beam is a anomaly to this particular doubles court. There's a beam that goes, it's about 25% of the way from the front wall to the back wall, and it goes all the way across the court and comes down about, I would say, 2 feet maybe.
10-all.
2 feet lower than the rest of the ceiling.
Yep.
And it's surprising how often it gets hit, particularly on serves. But when we refer to, Graham, you've said it a few times, a beam ball. That's what you mean, is a ball that hits that beam. Looks like it might be a good lob, but then it catches the beam and goes out of court.
Well, some of the more civilized fans in the stands might choose to play the drinking game that goes with the beam.
Down.
Clinton, good idea there. He had
Hand
Vargas.
out.
That's the right
11-10.
Floor,
shot.
though. He hits the floor.
It's a good idea. All right, another 10-all. 11-10, excuse me. There we go. Nice shot, Clinton, there. He found it the
11-all.
second time.
Yeah.
It's another thin one. I mean, you've got to hit it that thin if you're going to get Vargas. He's so quick, you know?
Yep. Nice recovery by Kyle there. Pace has gone up here dramatically right now. Wow.
Oh,
Wow.
There you go.
That was just a
Good angle.
Who's
Great
gonna-
angle
Vargas
on
right.
this.
Who's going to hit it
12,
harder? Who's going
11.
to find the angle there? Because
Oh my goodness
he
gracious.
got it. Wow.
And out. 12 all.
Wow.
You know, and Andres didn't see it. He left a little late. Like he was in it with a shot had he seen it, but
Yep.
he left a little late.
Well, I'm not one. Maybe
12
I
all.
shouldn't say this. I'm not 100% sure that's what
Oh.
Omar meant to do.
I don't think he meant the nick. I think he was trying to get out of trouble, but
Yeah.
you know,
See if it goes.
his reactions are good.
Yep. That's nice.
Oh,
Oh, wow.
oh God.
Can you say intensity, Graham?
This is so good. This is such good quality.
It's going to be a lead, I think.
Stroke.
I got the
Oh,
stroke,
a stroke.
there, yeah.
You got it.
I hit it right back at him.
Yeah,
Clinton
no, you're
on
right.
the right. 12-13.
I think that's a good call.
I agree. That's a good call. Right back at him.
12-13.
Oh, that's a
Oh,
bad
wow.
error.
And out. 14-12. Game ball.
It's too bad he looked good. It just was.
I mean, it's going to be low percentage there. And back foot, yeah, you know. I mean, that's something I would do, to be honest. But shouldn't be saying anything that's right out of my playbook. But
All right. If Team White wins this point, your prediction will have come true.
Tight.
Oh,
Vargas left.
right on the
14
door
Wow,
there.
right on
I
the
wonder
door.
if that was on the door.
Game ball.
yeah, just for those, you can see the door on the left side there. It's fairly flush, but both the handle and if you don't close that door exactly right, there's a little bit of a gap and you can hit it when you're trying a 3-wall or something, and it will cause an error.
If you get the window, too, the window plays just a little bit differently.
Yes, it
So
does.
The ball skid just a touch, which can throw you off. Certainly hit the handle. Oh, my goodness.
Left side. 14-13.
Giving him a let there.
Yeah, there's a little bit looking.
I think that's the right call. I think there's a safety let there, but if Kyle was a little bit closer to the wall, I think he'd have a good case for a no let. I think the referees made the right call, though. It's a fair outcome. Wow. All right, here we go.
And out.
Another
14 all.
winner at a clutch
Game and match
time.
ball.
All right, so this is match ball and game ball simultaneously. Just to be clear, it's match ball for the team that's in black and game ball to make it 2-all for the team that's in white. Intensity is high. That's a good change of pace by Kyle there.
Tight. Uh-oh.
Oh, there it is.
That's
Wow.
the opening. Great shot from Clinton. Had the opening and got it. Terrific
That's
ball.
a nice match. Wow.
Really good
lot
stuff.
of fun.
Good match.
Well, just to
Good match.
recap here,
Oh, yeah. You did
Clinton
have the
Leeuw
ball.
and Omar El Kashef have won the match 3-1. They won the first game by 1 point. They won the last game by 1 point. And they won the second game 15-12, lost the third 15-10. So the score was 15-14, 15-12, 10-15, 15-14. A very entertaining match because these two teams were very closely matched. And
same number of points, isn't it?
is that right?
No, that's not right. Close though.
It is close. 1, 3, 5. I think it is. So, nicely done. Graham, thank you very much. I'm sorry, in terms of your prognostication, you were 1 point away from looking like the master predictor. I'm going to give you, a B+ on the prediction, because although it didn't quite get there, it was nevertheless well done. But this was a fun match to watch. Gets the evening off to a very nice start. And just to let you all know, we've got 3 more great matches coming up. We've got Ryan Cuskelly and Cameron Pilley, 2 top 20 players in the last couple of years on the singles tour, and the world softball doubles champions, who had to go through qualifying to get in the main draw, and they are playing Will Mariani and Justin Todd. And then following that will be our number 4 seeds, Michael Ferreira and Will Hartigan, taking on the veteran team of Chris Walker and Clive Leach. And then the last match of the night, we will have the man whose voice you just heard as referee, Jeff Osborne, with Reed Endresen, taking on the number 1 seed, Zach Alexander and Scott Arnold. So a lot of fun matches to go.
Should be a good night.
Yeah, should be good. I think, are you coming back at the end, or are you...
punching out for now.
Punching out for now.
Thanks for having me. Thanks for watching, everyone. And hopefully everybody keeps supporting the tour. We're in a good place. And, yeah.
Yeah, and we wish you the best of luck in your match tomorrow if we don't see you again here. But thank you for lending your expertise and telling us a little bit about what's going on with the tour. Really interesting stuff. And I will be back here in just a couple minutes as the players get ready to come on the court, and I will introduce that match, tell you a little bit about the players, and get us going for match number 2. We'll be back in a few minutes. Thanks, everybody. Hello, everybody. This is Will Carlin. I am being joined here by Rob Dinnerman, whom I'll introduce in a second, but this second match of the night has gotten underway, so let me quickly introduce the players. This is Rob Dinnerman. Rob and I co-commentated last night, and I will get back to Rob's resume in a second, but first let's get the players going. So this is a very interesting match because the two players in black, who are Ryan Cuskelly, who is on the left wall and is also left-handed, and his partner Cameron Pilley, who's on the right wall. Many of you may know if you follow singles, they were both top 20 players in the world just in the past couple years. Cameron Pilley's highest rank ever was number 11 in the world, and Ryan Cuskelly got to number 12 in the world. So they are two of the best singles players in the last few years in the world. They are also the world doubles champions. Now I should clarify that that is softball squash, but they won the world championship in that. They've also won Commonwealth Game gold medals in doubles as a team as well, and representing Australia, and they're now living here in the United States. Their opponents, who are wearing green, are Will Mariani and Justin Todd. They are two Canadians. Will is from Ontario and Justin is from Vancouver. Will is on the left wall and Justin is on the right wall. And Will has a nice doubles pedigree. He's been Canadian Nationals double champion, the Canadian mixed doubles champion. He's been two-time finalist in SDA tournaments, and he was a world doubles quarterfinalist as well. So he's got a nice pedigree. Justin Todd is ranked number 61 on the SDA Tour. He played a lot of singles matches, but he's a very popular guy. In fact, he just went in December to Rwanda to showcase squash, and so he's really all about the game, and it's a nice pairing. So with all that said, that's the introduction here. Let me introduce my co-commentator, Rob Dinnerman. Rob is extremely well known throughout the squash world. He is a writer of many squash books. He's been a writer for Squash Magazine and Squash News back in the day. He writes for Daily Squash Report. He writes all over the place. One of the most knowledgeable people about the game, and he played in the qualifying of this tournament. He was a great singles player and is now turned most of his attention to doubles. So Rob, welcome.
Thank you very much, Will. Justin Todd's sister is Nikki Todd, who has been on the Canadian national teams as well, and is a very good doubles player also, and one of the most popular players in Canada. She plays every match with a smile on her face, the whole match.
Yeah, no, I know her well from, my job as MC at a bunch of tournaments, and she is a super nice person. Actually, there are 3 or 4 Canadian women who sort of travel as a pack, and they are, to a person, extraordinarily nice women. Very friendly, very outgoing, and very popular even with American fans.
Absolutely. Samantha Cornett is one of that group as well.
Danielle Letourneau.
6-1.
So, yeah, they're a bunch of really nice people.
Meanwhile, the PSA guys are off to a pretty good start here.
Yeah, which, these guys, I think you said when we were offline just before we started that they have a real chance to win this match. And, if you were sort of looking at who's played more doubles, they've played way less doubles than the other two, way less. But they are, of course, two of the best squash players in the world with rackets in their hands. And they have played doubles, albeit softball doubles, more than singles.
And they played a couple of events on the SDA Tour as well.
Yes, they have. They've qualified. This is actually their 3rd event in a row that they've qualified for. So they've been making it through and starting to make a mark.
7-1.
And they both hit the ball quite hard. Cameron Pilley still holds the world record for the hardest hit squash ball ever in the world, which is 178 miles an hour.
Wow.
And
he hit some of those balls at me when he and I played in the tournament a few weeks ago, so I can attest firsthand to how hard he hits.
He doesn't do it, all the time. He's not just sort of a banger, but when he sets up to hit it hard, he can really hit hard.
Right.
8-1.
But as you say, this is a very impressive start. They've come out booming.
And Will Mariani's partner usually has been Thomas Brinkman. It's been with Thomas that he's won, I think, the Canadian national doubles, and certainly that he's usually played in the qualifying here in in the SDA matches. So he and Justin don't play as often. Justin's out on Vancouver and hasn't been as active on the tour the last couple of years.
That's a nice shot,
though. That was a good shot, though. Yeah.
Yep. Right down.
8-2.
Wow. Cameron also is a very tall guy. He's 6 feet 3 inches tall. He was one of the taller players on the singles tour, and so getting it past him there is a nice accomplishment because he doesn't have to move that far to be. It's one step to the side wall.
9-2.
Sure. That's for sure. And he played as recently as the World Team Championships representing Australia. He really just retired quite recently from the PSA Tour.
You know, both of them, actually, Ryan just retired. His last event was the Tournament of Champions in January. He retired after he lost, I think, in the second round. I'd have to go check that, but I believe it was the second round in that tournament, and he officially retired.
11-2.
He's been playing doubles. He's also been doing some coaching. I emceed a tournament down in Pittsburgh, and he was coaching a couple of players at that tournament. So
they've gotten off to an 11-2 lead, although rather quickly. These points haven't even lasted that long. I do think the Canadian team is going to get their balance and make this much more competitive, though.
wow.
Oh, great shot by Ryan.
That shot
12-2,
is
Ryan's on the
something
left.
he's really good at and deceptive. He actually hits it every once in a blue moon in singles. But I've seen him play a few doubles matches now, and he's very deceptive with that
That's
shot.
a very late wrist flick.
It's a very late wrist flick.
It looked like something else for quite a while there.
Well, that was hard hit, but
out of
into
course.
the 10. So just to let you know, you said that that Will Mariani had won the national doubles with Brinkman. He does play with Brinkman, but he actually won the Canadian national doubles with Ian Power when he played.
Oh, that's right. I remember that now.
So just want to give Ian his due.
Yeah, and I think he won the mix one year with Stephanie Hewitt.
Yes, he did. That's exactly right. Stephanie Hewitt.
3-13. Second serve.
Serve hit the beam, I think.
Here's the beam. Graham and I just talked about the beam tonight, and you and I talked about it extensively last night.
4-13.
So, it was 13-2, now 4-13. And I think that
another beam.
Even though it seems unlikely that Mariani and Todd would come back to win this game, nevertheless, getting a few points here after being down big is important for them to have some momentum going into the second game.
Absolutely. They looked very much in retreat most of that first game.
I mean, one of the things not to be underestimated is just how many huge matches Cameron and Ryan have played. They're not, nerves, experience. They're used to, starting fast and knowing how to start fast.
Right. I thought Mariani and Todd were the team that looked a little bit nervous at the beginning.
Yeah. It does seem like Cuskelly and Pilley right now are the people who are the aggressors, and Will and Justin look like they are, doing good hockey goalie impersonations at the moment.
Absolutely. Pilley, by the way, just hit a Philadelphia post, which is a pretty complex shot, which means he's picking up the doubles game pretty quickly.
Yeah.
And he hit it perfectly, too.
14-6.
It's a nice shot.
That's a good shot. Wow, good shot by Ryan.
All right, well,
Game.
first game to, we could almost look at this as Team Australia versus Team Canada.
That's right. And so far, it's been pretty convincing.
Yeah, pretty convincing for the Australians.
I agree with what you said. I think the Canadians have to start the second game. They didn't get that much momentum, but the points at the end of the first game were longer and more all court. And they do have to carry that into the second game.
Well, keep in mind they were down 13-2, so 15-6 is a heck of a lot more respectable than 15-2.
Right.
So they did get, 4 out of the last 6 points, and that could bode well. We'll have to see. Ryan and Cameron are, and I know singles and doubles are different in many respects, but they're similar in a lot of ways too.
Absolutely.
It's a racket in the hand, especially a lot of the emotions and knowing how to compete. And what these guys really do know how to do is they know how to compete.
Right. I mean, the Canadians' chance is just the fact that they know doubles better and can wrong foot or fool the Australian team. But that did not happen in the first game. So, and if the other thing is Pilley has been 2 feet in front of the tee for the most part, and if he's able to establish that position and step into balls, he's just going to cause a lot of damage, which he did that game.
That's a really good observation. Is one of the things in doubles as it is in singles, if you can get in front of the red line on the floor, you can really control a lot of what's going on. And Cameron's whole game in singles was all about volleying. It was about stepping up in front of the ball and doing it. And one of the reasons Ryan at a late surge got so much better at singles was the same thing. He started to step up in front and really know how to take things. So their experience with this, now this ball moves much faster than the softball, but they both can hit it hard in singles, and I think they liked it when the pace got fast in singles. So I think that's one of the reasons why they're adapting pretty quickly to the doubles game.
Time.
So it's going to be interesting to see whether the Canadians can.
Well, this is their chance. They
right
really
now.
need to do so right at the beginning of this game.
So we shall see. So let's just talk about that for a second. Since they are the more strategically advanced team, what should they do?
Well, I think they have to get Cameron back in the court.
Okay.
He was at the tee and in front of the tee.
He's very tall. So how would you do that? Is it lobs? Is it high balls?
You have to lob over him, and you're dealing with the beam when you do that. But I think you've got to get him to back up a little bit.
Alrighty.
He was just too comfortable in front of the tee. In
One
that first
level
game.
up.
Okay.
We'll see how they start the second game.
And is that where you would try to be putting it into the right back corner? Would that be one of your?
I'd be doing whatever
Zach.
I need to get Cameron away from where he is.
And out, one love.
Okay,
That's
good
a nice
shot there.
Yep.
Cut that close, and that was an important first point.
Shot.
Great shot by Will. Philadelphia boast.
And just
That's the kind of shot you never would see in singles, virtually. Yeah.
For sure. Although, believe it or not, it's actually
They do.
in the last couple years, people have been starting to incorporate every now and then. Usually more of a showboating rather than a strategically good shot the way it is in doubles.
Right.
But why don't you just describe for everybody what is the Philadelphia?
In the Philadelphia boast, you hit the ball to hit the front wall first, then the side wall, and it should ideally hit the opposite side wall right near the back wall. And it runs parallel to the back wall. There's nothing to swing at.
So it's front wall,
what?
side wall, going along the back wall.
That's right. And hit too high to be volleyed in midcourt by the other team, and then there's nothing to swing at when they chase it back.
And in order to hit it, ideally you need to be in the front third of the court at least.
Absolutely, and get exactly the right angle into that front wall to have it hit in a way that angles it across properly.
That is not a softball shot, so
nope,
that's a
he
nice
dead rolled it.
Yep.
Two one. Out. Second
Great.
serve.
Can you do it? That's a great idea.
That's a nice shot by Justin there.
3-1.
That's a great shot he hit.
So they are doing a little bit more of what
Out.
you said.
Second serve.
They have started at least fairly strongly here on the first 4 points.
And they pulled off some very good shots.
And look, Cameron's behind him now. So wow.
Point.
That is a nice shot. That's actually
2-3.
that's the exact shot that I was talking about before.
Wow.
Where he holds it,
Yeah. It does
holds
look.
it, holds it, and then just flicks it over there.
And he's hit 2 of them at exactly the right angle.
I'm telling you, it's a shot that he really developed in the last few years, and that ability to sort of hold his wrist, not necessarily always a reverse corner, but that
Down.
ability to really delay with his wrist
And
on
out.
the forehand side.
4-2.
Very deceptive.
Oh, sorry,
And
sorry,
in
second
singles
man.
game, it worked
My
really
bad.
well, and I've seen
to
him
the
now
right.
hit it a whole slew of
4-2.
times in doubles, and he's just
2-4.
sort of. It's one of those shots that, for whatever reason, has just translated really well for him to
Second
his
serve.
game.
And it looks like it's going to be something deeper, so that the left four guy is on his back foot.
It even looks like sometimes he could almost be going for a boast. You know, it's that late, and instead he whips it around into the reverse corner.
Down.
What happened?
Hand out. 5-2.
He almost got it.
Wow. Wow, they've started this game exactly the way they needed to, though.
Yes, they did.
They've got an early lead, and they've hit about 4 or 5 winners.
And they're hitting shots, as you said. I don't know about the strategy of
5-3.
trying to out-hit these guys. You know, I think Mariani and Todd are doing better when they are moving the ball around a lot and then going for a shot. I just don't know that, even though everyone can hit hard doubles, I don't know that trying to out-hit Cameron
No, they're not going to. They're definitely not going to do
and
that.
Ryan is going to be effective for them in the long run.
I agree. Another filler.
He's trying it. Yeah, he's trying it.
No, was ready for that one, though. Whoa. Good play backing him up.
It's good coverage.
Yeah, excellent. Another.
He did it.
That's right. A lot for 1 point. Jesus.
Wow.
Mariani's been a lot more assertive in these points,
Well,
and they need that.
but I also like the way Justin's starting to battle Cameron for position.
That's
over
right.
there.
He was backing away from Cameron in the first game. He's
Yep.
making that right wall much more competitive now. That should be a
That's
stroke.
going to be a stroke. Yep, it was right back at him.
That's a stroke.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
got to be a
okay.
stroke.
Two of us saw it good and a stroke.
Yep.
He said down. I thought it was good. He thought it was good.
I think the point is going to go to the Australian team here.
So it's their point. Hand out 4-5.
Okay. Yeah.
Yep. It is a stroke. There was
And
some
out.
question about whether or not Cameron picked up the ball, but 2 of the judges said yes. He got it. 1 said no, but it didn't matter because it was also a stroke, so there we are. Was that good?
4-6.
No, he tinned it.
He didn't. Okay.
Right side.
Next couple of points are going to be very important in terms of this game, I think.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
It's you got to see whether Will and
I hope
Justin
they
can
can.
keep up the momentum.
Yep.
5-6.
Another
that's-
one. Wow, that's really well hit. That's very low and sharply angled. And he didn't even set his feet really for that. He did that with his hands completely.
Yeah.
Good shot by
Nice
Will.
shot, yep.
Sort of in no man's land.
Hand out 7-5.
One of the things that's interesting about Cameron is he's so tall, and a number of years ago,
Nice shot.
tall players were at a huge
8-5.
disadvantage in the game. And over the last, I don't know, maybe even decade, tall players have really started to, first of all, they're just much more agile, but there are a bunch of them that have really, done incredibly well, including probably the most famous, James Willstrup, who was number one in the world. He's tall, and these guys are all tall. And Cameron is pretty agile and fast on a singles court, but I actually think on the doubles court, it suits him better because he can take longer strides, and he covers a lot of
9-5.
ground. He's not as speedy as somebody like Elroy Leong, who we saw last night, who I thought moved beautifully, but he gets a lot of balls back.
He stretches well, and he anticipates, and he's got both Gene's long legs and a disproportionately long arm.
Yeah,
and that gets him to a lot of balls.
but this is good by
10-5.
Will and Justin here.
Boy.
They're doing exactly
And
what
they've
they
done
need
it
to
on
do.
some pretty sophisticated sort of double shots. They've hit, it's 10-5. They probably hit 7 winners, at least.
Two.
And they're staying calm.
Another couple of some nicks here.
11-5.
Justin's hit some very good 3 walls here.
They're staying calm in the face of hard hitting and onslaught, and this is impressive.
Yep, they played a great second game so far, and he just hit it. Wow, he just tinned it.
Are you asking for something? Okay. 12-5.
Wow. Ryan looked a little bit lost on that serve, didn't he?
Well, the referee even thought maybe something had
Right,
happened
exactly.
there, but he
That's
said,
how
nope, I
much he
just missed it.
That's right.
I mean, you got to give Ryan credit for that. He's like,
13-5.
nope.
Wow, what happened? Oh, another reverse from behind by Justin.
I think, in this game, Will has definitely played well, but it's Justin's play that's
absolutely.
really.
He's been the reason they've won. They're going to win this game.
He got a better position.
13-6.
Good nick by Brian.
Yep.
Yes.
Whoa!
Wow.
Tripped over him, didn't he?
Yeah, it looked like
I
he
think
stepped
he's-
on his foot. Let's
Yeah.
see.
Yeah,
oh,
yeah.
no,
Oh,
tripped
yeah.
on his, tripped on his ankle.
That's a good
Yeah.
way to pull a muscle out of control like that. He looks a little.
I think it's
he's all
okay.
right.
Everything's okay.
Yeah.
I assume they're going to play let.
Yeah, 14-6.
No.
No,
they said
no let.
It did catch a
No
nick,
let.
but I think Brian would have had it if he hadn't
Yeah.
been impeded. He was up in the court. And
14-6.
Ryan doesn't like that call,
Yeah, he's
but
not
I think
happy about it
also
at
at
all.
this point, it might be different if it were 13 all.
Right. That's for sure.
Wow. Well,
Wow.
that is a very nice game.
Comeback game,
That
absolutely.
is a very, very nice game.
Right. And actually, most of Justin's winners have been to the front left. Ryan's been a little bit back in the court.
Yep.
And he's caught some nicks in front of him.
Well, he realized that with Cameron playing up so far in the court, that Cameron was getting to those front balls. And Ryan is probably faster than Cameron, but he's hanging back a little bit further.
And he paid a price for it that game.
Yep.
Wow, so this game matches could have dead even at this point in terms of both teams have had their
Well,
their
who
run.
would you give the advantage to now, Rob? Do you think that the Canadian team has, with their better strategy and their sort of more
They
sophisticated
played a
shot
great
making?
game, and they absolutely deserve to win that game the way that they did. I'm not sure if they can keep executing at this level all the way through. Maybe they will, but they're going to have to. And if they do, they've got a very good chance to win. But this was a very, very good second game they played.
It really was. All their shots worked. Watch this as a 3-wall.
Catching nicks,
Yep.
and they were so.
But I will say this: it also looked like the Australians. They're not nervous. They're calm. but it didn't really look like they had a lot of strategy going on that second game.
That's true.
And even the first game. The first game was all about, like, we're the dominant team. We're just going to take control.
They just imposed their game.
Yes.
Right, exactly.
And then this, where there was a strategic response, I don't want to say that the Australians look confused, but they don't look like they have a real game plan.
They looked at least puzzled, if not confused.
Fair enough.
And they looked also like they weren't quite sure what the plan B is, or if they're going to have to go to a plan B.
Well, that's a little bit of what I'm wondering here, is what's going to happen in this third game, because it could be that now that the Canadians have gotten their feet under them,
absolutely,
they could just run away with this. But
I don't think that'll happen.
It'll be interesting, because Ryan and Cameron are going to have to come out, and they're going to need to do something different, or wait out. If they believe that those guys just got hot, that's fine, and try and wait it out. But they're going to have to do something.
I think that they're going to go into the third game thinking we're going to impose our game
Absolutely.
again. And if they suddenly realize they can't, that's where not having played that much doubles can be a problem in a match like this.
Yeah, because you have to have some strategy to sort of figure.
Exactly, and I'm not sure that they played enough to have us. I'm not sure they're going to need to, but if they do, we'll see if they can do that or not. I do think the beginning of this third game is pretty important.
Yeah. Well, they've won the exact same number of points. The first game went to the Australians 15-6. The second game went to the Canadians 15-6. This is shaping up to be a potentially interesting and entertaining match. The first game was very fun to watch in terms of you're an Australian fan, because they just came out and sort of said, look, we're great, and we're going to just impose our will. And the second game, if you're a Canadian fan, to see the sophistication and shot making really sort of work its way in. That's a nice get by Cameron.
And that's exactly what you're talking about in terms of his long stretch and his long reach.
Yep.
That's what kept that point alive, and they wound up winning it as a result.
Yep.
It's interesting. He's coming in on the left side each time now. They're more worried about Mariani's return than Justin's.
Well, it's pretty clear their strategy now seems to be they're going to pound Justin.
Yes. Yeah.
So it's interesting to see they definitely have a strategy.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see whether that strategy works.
That's so far this way.
3-love.
Wow, they can't just let them get a quick lead this game and expect to win it. Those 3 points have been pretty quick.
Yep. Now, it'll also be interesting to see how Justin reacts, because I'm sure you've had this feeling, Rob, or maybe you haven't. I've certainly had the feeling where I've been the player that a team has decided to pound on.
Is the target, oh yeah.
And when that happens, it's super important, at least for me, has been to stay calm and to say, I'm fine, I can handle this. But if you start to get, like, your ego gets into it and you're like, why are they pounding me? Your game can suddenly deteriorate because you're thinking about something else.
That's for sure. Or you try to do too much
to
sort of show that they shouldn't be working on you, and you end up getting into chin trouble. Another good get by Cameron.
Yep. Oh, trouble. That's a great get.
Good get by Will.
Philadelphia.
Good Philadelphia.
Great Philadelphia.
Yep. At an important time in this game,
3-1,
too.
Cuskelly to serve.
Stop a little bit of the momentum.
Yeah.
Second man, 3-1. Right side, or left side, sorry.
Okay.
Left side.
They looked a little confused as to where they were serving from.
It's a minor point, but Ryan keeps foot faulting. They're not calling it, but it's a very obvious foot fault. He's stepping right on the line, and I think it's probably because he's used to that being a square instead of it being a semicircle.
Well, that's 3-1.
He's stepping on the semicircle.
If they start calling some foot faults on him, he'll start staying in the box, though.
Yeah.
But I don't think that's going to happen this match.
Probably not. Although, if I were a referee, I would say something to him, because there's another foot fault.
Right? Great get.
Okay, now Team Australia was on the offensive at that point, and those guys just hung in there, and
Good
Hand
shot
out,
by
2-3.
Will.
they hung in there well enough. But that was one of surviving for Team Canada.
Beam ball?
Well, that ball
2-4.
hit the beam. Our producer Steve has said that we actually have a picture of the beam to show you, and there it is.
Oh, they're right there.
That's from the side going across.
Yeah.
You can see
how
it's
far
about
down
it's very far up in front, and it does go all the way across the court, and I think it's about 2 feet long. So it does come into play. But you've heard us talking
exactly
about
in the wrong
beam.
place, sort of, when you're playing.
3-4.
You've heard us talking about the beam, so we wanted to show it to you. Thank you,
Yes.
Steve, for showing us that and letting us be able to let the viewers who aren't familiar with the Heights Casino know what it is we keep talking
Hand
about.
out, 5-3.
Wow. Justin just tried for a shot and hit a 10. That was it's actually the first 10 he's hit in a while.
Coming in.
Yeah, the first 3 points, they were really pounding Justin.
Yep.
And then they got a little bit away from it. It'll be interesting to see if they go back to it.
Good call.
5-3.
He was ready for that one. Ryan hit another one of those sort of look-away reverses, and
Yep.
Will was on that one.
Up.
Oh, yeah,
One
I
out of
could tell
corner.
that was going out.
They stayed right with them this
5-4.
game.
Cross from the right.
There it is again.
Yep.
6-4.
Boy, he really hits that
That's
well.
Really, and he hasn't overhit it once.
No.
And that's not an easy shot to sit down,
Yeah.
the way this ball's heated up.
Another Philadelphia
Yep.
attempt.
It's been a lot this game.
Another
And
one.
he just hit one, yep. Good get there by Ryan. Ooh, close call there. What do you think?
Play what?
I would say let also.
Yeah,
What?
probably. He was a little bit cross-handed.
And he had to
6-4.
turn.
Yeah.
Ryan from the left.
But it's close.
Yep.
I agree with you that it's close.
The Australians are having a little conversation about this game. They're taking a little time to huddle up.
Ryan from the left.
Come on. You really?
Whoa.
Wow.
He was.
I think it actually did hit strings, but it almost looked like a
Oh, he was definitely stuck on it. That ball was much too. He just did that in
that
self-defense.
ball played him. Yes.
And that's for sure. But if you can get a winner out of it, it can. That can, in the middle of a game, that can change a game.
Well, Rob, I just want to say that's always my plan when the ball's
What's that?
playing me is to try to get a winner out of it.
That would
There's
be
a crack in there.
He was just trying to get it back. He wasn't thinking about a winner.
7-4.
That was an important point, though.
Yep. Oh, absolutely. 7-4 to 6-5. That's a big difference.
8-4.
Now
And now we
8-4.
just won another winner.
Good shot.
That's a nice good shot.
Hand out, 5-8.
As a 3-ball was just not good enough.
Nice nick. Really
Yep.
nice nick. That wasn't that easy an angle to nick it at.
Well, they're back to playing Justin.
5-9.
And Justin
that
is
certainly worked. He almost found on that one.
yeah. Justin has hit a lot of great shots, but he is definitely their strategy is not wrong to play him.
And he has not played as well this game as he did in the second.
No. Which was your point. Could they keep it up? Because he made almost no errors in that second game.
And a whole bunch of others.
another
Cameron
photo.
keeps hitting that shot.
He hasn't quite.
Oh,
That's
amazing behind the back get by Justin.
Now Justin's got to feel like, like, hey.
Will tried to do a little too much on that.
End out 10-5.
They've been pounding me. It's your chance.
And meanwhile, it's 10-5 at this point. They've opened the game up a little bit.
This is good because we were wondering whether Team Australia would be able to adjust to the adjustment. And I think they have.
Yeah, they have, absolutely. Cameron's hitting Philadelphia almost every time he makes a get up front. It's amazing.
I think it's one of these where he's recently learned that shot and sees that it's effective, and so now it's in his head.
Yeah.
It's not. It's more that it's just sort of it's in his head, so it's like imprinted there right now. And so he sees it and he's like, oh, I've been working on that, and so it's almost instinctive that it's coming. I think that will, over the next few months as he continues to play, will decrease. But he's also going to get good at it by hitting it a lot in matches. He's not found the range on it quite yet.
And it's an awfully sophisticated shot to be one of the first shots that you get really interested in hitting.
Well, Cameron is no slouch. Cameron is a very, very, very good squash player. And by the way, also a very smart guy, thoughtful. He was actually, when I first started doing my emceeing of some of the major tournaments in the U.S., he was one of the first players that I sat in the stands with and had a long conversation with, and I was really impressed with how, much thought he's put into the game as well. And by the way, he's married to a squash player, Lena Hansen, and they now have 2 children. A girl is the older one, and then a boy as well. And they are now living in the U.S., in Connecticut.
Good shot by Will. Caught Cameron leaning a little bit.
Yep.
Ryan, 12-6 from the right.
He had the open left side, and I think they both were leaning towards there, and he kind of crossed them up.
So as of this moment, we have a chance for another 15-6 game.
That's right.
That may change momentarily, but nice get.
Yep.
That ball is tricky in the corner there. All right. We're not going
And
to have a
out
third
7-12.
15-6 game.
Okay, well, yep.
Now Cameron and Ryan have to keep the pressure on here. Oh, wow.
Oh, great shot.
It's a great shot. I think that Will thought the ball may have hit Cameron or something. He was
Justin
appealing
from the
something
left,
in the
8-12.
point, but it didn't matter. They won the point anyway.
Yeah, Will definitely thought that Cameron Joe get was not good.
I think he thought the ball hit Cameron on the way.
I thought he did too.
But anyway, 12-8. I think Cameron and Ryan have to make sure they stay intense all the way through here.
That's for sure.
Because Will and Justin have suddenly picked up their own intensity here. They haven't given up this game.
point and a long one.
Yeah.
Shot.
Wow. Wow.
Great Nick, boy.
Will from the right.
It's very set up very similarly as that
To the
reverse.
absolutely.
But
And
a
he's hit
slightly
hard
different
from that
angle on
spot
it.
also, not just, I mean, that was really right into the nick.
But that was an important point for sort of stopping the onslaught of Will and Todd, I mean Will and Justin.
And they still have a 5-point lead now.
Yep.
Dead Nick and back.
Wow.
Just took a bad bounce on him.
And out 14-8.
That's about the third time that's happened this
Just
game.
just what I meant is what, you know. It's interesting because, you know, Cameron was setting up a few times to really pound the ball there, but he hasn't quite found the length on it.
That's right, he's overhit, and he's given Justin some second chances off the
Yep.
back wall.
Oh.
Game.
Well, that's game. So it's 2-1 for the Australian team of Ryan Cuskelly and Cameron Pilley. They are playing, obviously, Will Mariani and Justin Todd.
They're still talking to each other here. They're still not quite sure that they still think they need to make some adjustments here. They're in a very involved conversation after that game. And maybe it's because of the fact that there was a late run that Justin and Will had against them.
Well, both these guys are smart guys. They know squash. They don't know doubles as well. They do know softball doubles, which has some similar principles. It's definitely a different game. And I think, quite frankly, I think they're enjoying figuring it out.
They are,
You know,
absolutely right.
it's like they're really...
They don't resent having to figure it out.
No,
they're
sort of
embracing
like,
it.
Yeah, they're embracing it. That's exactly the right
Yeah.
word for it.
No, you can tell that they're enjoying being out here playing.
Yep.
And to some degree, this is the second squash career they might have now.
Yeah.
After their PSA singles careers have ended. But you're absolutely right. They you can see that they're kind of even the learning process is something that they're happy to be doing.
Yeah, and that's, you know, your point about how many Philadelphias that Cameron's trying. That is right in line with what we're saying. It's sort of, you know, figuring the game out, figuring out what the attitude is, where is that opening? Is this the right time to hit it?
Right.
Where do I aim it exactly
Right.
to get it to go just right? All those things.
And in the meantime, their athleticism is enabling them to stay in points even when they hit it not accurately and put themselves in a little bit of a hole in the point. They're able to outrun the mistake.
So now with our enthusiasm, are we thinking that this is going to go Australia's way?
I'd be surprised if there's a fifth game.
So you're...
I wouldn't be shocked, but I would be surprised. I think that the Canadian team has
Can I put you on the record as saying it's a 4-game Team Australia win?
I'm surprised if it's a fifth game. I'll go that far for sure.
Fair enough. I did like the way Will and Justin adjusted in the second game. They did it really well.
And the way they hung in this third game.
Yep.
They could have let that game go at 11-5 or whatever.
They
the
put up
score
some
was.
resistance there.
It
for
actually,
sure.
at 8-12, that was an important point.
It was a huge
If they'd
point.
won it, they'd have been right there.
Yeah, it would have been. Yep, absolutely.
Grabbing your ball.
That point
Yeah.
really, and that was a very long point.
Yep,
I think
it was
both
the best
teams
point of the
realized
Yeah, it's right
point
above
of
the door.
match so far.
how critical it was. So,
They're like-
okay, well, you've heard it here, folks. I tried to get him to totally commit.
If you
but
walk
Rob
out, you'll
has
see it.
said
It's,
that
there's
he,
a little like hold
I
it.
have
he
not
thinks
forgotten.
it's not going to 5 games.
I
there
have
no
not
more?
forgotten what the Canadian team did in the second game.
Yo, views.
And,
There are no more balls.
and that's
downstairs.
certainly an
Any
influence.
balls?
By the way, I worked 2 matches last night, and
Yep.
so far that's fun. So that's 8
I mean, I guess
games.
if all 4
Yes.
you don't
Not
want
one
to,
of them
that's
has
fine.
gone to double figures.
Well, last night we were actually well into our third match of the
before
evening.
You had it, right?
Before, I think the first 2 games of that third match were also single-digit losses.
Oh, really? So,
but then the last, that match got exciting, went to 4 games, and the last match of the night was actually quite entertaining.
You mean the last match of the night last night?
Last night,
okay.
Yep.
As was the first match tonight.
First match tonight was a good match.
That was a great match.
Yeah.
And Kyle, they were triple game point to force a 5th game.
Yeah.
Kyle and Vargas. Yeah.
That was exciting.
And they'd have been in a good position to win the 5th game if there had been one.
They would have for sure, because they would have come back from 2-love down and sort of forced a 5th. Right. But anyway, we're back into this game, and this is sort of Team Australia versus Team Canada. Cameron Pilley and Ryan Cuskelly from Australia, and Will Mariani and Justin Todd from Canada. Ryan and Cameron have actually represented Australia in the Commonwealth Games. They've won a World Doubles Championship. They've won the Commonwealth Games gold medals. Cameron has actually won it in both men's doubles with Ryan and also in mixed doubles as well. So they have a lot of experience competing in high-stakes situations and as a team in high-stakes situations. Will Mariani has won a lot of doubles tournaments himself.
And he's been a very successful player on the SDA Tour for 10 years now.
Yep. But it's a little bit, I will venture to say that winning those national championships, the Commonwealth Games is a little bit hard for Americans to understand, not necessarily for Canadians because they've played in the Commonwealth Games. But, it's really almost like the Olympics. We give a lot of importance here to the Pan Am Games and seeing how well Amanda Sobey and this year the U.S. men actually winning their first team gold medal as well. But the Commonwealth Games are even bigger than the Pan Am Games, and they're the closest thing to the Olympics that I think we have in squash. All the regional games are important, but the Commonwealth Games in the squash world are seen as the most prestigious. And, they've come through big in that. So all I'm really saying is they know how to compete when the pressure's high. And we'll see whether Will and Justin can blunt that with some sophisticated strategy.
Which they definitely did in the second game.
They definitely did, and they also had some great shot making in that second game.
Excellent.
So
but they played, Justin in particular was really playing at just about his best level, and he did not quite maintain that in the third game.
I agree, yep. So they're back on court, they're warming up here, so let's...
They're ready.
I think we're just about to get going here. Oh, they've made it difficult for us. Or maybe I guess it's just that those green shirts have sweat through, so now it looks like 4 black shirts, but...
2 on the ball.
All right, this is Cameron Pilley to serve. He's playing the right wall. That's not a good start.
Boy, oh boy, that can't have that happen. Boy, oh boy. Good luck.
Oh, he's that's lucky to get a let on that. I'm not sure I would have given that let, but okay.
They ended up playing let, it looks like.
Yeah, they just ruled a let.
Wow.
That's a nice shot.
Justin.
Well, Justin's going to have to. I think Justin is really the key to Canada.
And he came back from whipping on that first serve to hit a winner just now.
Will hasn't made a ton of mistakes in this match. He hasn't hit a ton of winners, but they've been playing Justin much more. And I just feel like Justin's play in this 4th game here is going to be one of the deciding factors. He got him.
Hit him?
Yep.
Wow.
Oh, sorry, man.
He's trying to roll corner, was he? Because he had the whole left side open.
All right, 1-0.
I guess he probably was, but whatever he was trying,
it didn't get
past it went right into Ryan. So.
Oh. 1-2.
Wow. Good shot.
2-all. Will from the right.
Well, we've had 1 error and 2 winners by Justin in the first 4 points here, so I think our
2-all.
assessment that he's the critical guy here is, at least thus far, correct.
After not returning the opening serve of the game.
Yeah.
He's come back pretty well for
You're
that.
not the one to talk about that. But anyway. Do you want to move in there? Just to appease him. 2-all.
So just very quickly, what's going on there is Team Canada is trying to reorient where the judges are standing in the crowd. They're concerned that they don't have the best possible view. The referee found that amusing momentarily, but then went with it. So he did actually ask them to move. So I'm not sure the players thought it was a joke. I know it's early, Rob, but I feel like these next few points are actually fairly important here.
Absolutely, especially for the Canadian team.
Oh, wow, that's a good get.
Yep.
Oh, nice shot.
There. Wow.
Got a back wall nick there.
Wow. One of the few cases of
3-2
perfect
from the left.
length, because there has been some overhitting on both sides this match.
Well, that may have been overhit too. I'm not sure that he was trying for the back wall nick, but.
Whoa!
Wow,
Behind
nice
his back.
shot.
Good shot by Will.
Oof. Oh no!
Oh, they both swung
Justin.
together, did they?
Hand out 3-all.
No, it's Justin's ball.
Oh, okay.
He
yeah,
just,
but
he just
was,
muffed it.
But Will reached for it a little bit.
Yeah, that might have
Justin
distracted
might have been
him a
aware
little
of
bit.
that.
But
That was in that no man's land area where either one of them could have played it.
this is.
You're right about all the attention Justin's getting.
I mean, it's really. I have to tell you, my heart's going out to Justin a little bit here because
Let on that.
I know what it feels like,
And he's holding up well
he is holding up
in
well.
this game.
Down.
Oh no!
That's the second one this game.
Down.
On a return of
4-3.
serve too. Both
Yeah, I know.
return
I'm
of
saying the
serves.
second serve return that he's missed, that he's tinned.
Well, I can't fault the strategy of Ryan and Cameron,
4-3.
but my heart is going out to
Justin.
a little bit. I'm hoping he sort of hangs in there here. That's a nice location. That's a hard hit ball.
And
on
you
a
know
nice
something?
location.
I think Will wasn't expecting the ball to be hit to him.
Yeah, well,
he
this
looked
is
like he reacted late because he thought he was going down the rail to Justin.
I mean, this is one of the things when
And
you are that when you're in Will's shoes, it can be tricky as well because you're like, okay, well, they think I'm the better player, and so now you finally get an opportunity, and you feel like you need to do something more with it than you maybe should be thinking.
You start to not expect the ball to come to you, and you start to feel like you have to do too much when it does. And he definitely was caught on that one.
Yep.
You got 3 lights. 5-3. From the left.
Be interesting to see if he hard serves up here like he did on the first point of the game. Yep. This game could be getting away here.
Well, as you said, we saw a lot of discussion between Ryan and Cameron in between games there. And at one point, I don't know if you saw it, but just before their conversation finished, Ryan pointed to the back right-hand corner. And I will say that it seems like
that's where they're going.
That's, playing it more over there. And it's working out well for them.
Been a lot of Philadelphia posts this game. Really shocking how many. What do we have here?
No let.
Wow.
Reached the third wall.
Yeah, that
I'm
one.
a little surprised that was a no let.
I have to say I'm right with you, Rob.
If he'd sat it down, that would be one thing, but that did reach the third wall and came up a little bit.
Off, yeah.
Ryan would have had a swing at that for sure.
He doesn't even get a
Boy, that's the kind of break they might need right now because they're sort of struggling to stay in this game. Amazing.
I'm not a fan of that call.
No.
But
that's what they call it.
It is what it is. That's nice that he played through there. Trouble. Yep. He was too far up, and you can see
7-4.
Cameron just knew how to get that angle.
Right. I think Will just tried to fight that one off, and it was a little too severe for him to do that. He's usually very good at that kind of shot.
Don't underestimate how hard Cameron hits it. And also, in singles, knowing how to break the ball around your opponent is important. The angle is certainly different in doubles, but that skill is not lost on Cameron.
Good shot.
Wow.
Wow.
I mean, look how late he hits that.
Wow,
I mean, it's mind-boggling how late
and not only that,
it.
it's a look-away shot.
Yeah.
He is not looking at that corner.
Well,
he's looking at the front wall.
No, he's actually looking at where his racket is making contact with the ball.
But it looks like it.
Yes.
That's part of why it's a deceptive shot.
For sure. It's very Federer-esque. Federer always sort of keeps
and
watching.
That was a very severe angle, too. I mean, nobody could have gotten that. Oh, boy. What happened here?
Ball's down.
Yeah.
9-4.
Hit the 10.
9-4. This game is starting to get away here. They need to win a point. The Canadian team needs to win a point right now.
Right now.
And stop the bleeding.
Wow.
Another one. Oh, he mishit that one. He hit the front wall first. No, yeah, it was.
Yeah.
Will actually moved in the right direction.
10-4
Yes, he
from
did.
the right.
He just overran it.
Give Will credit. Will's starting to see it.
Right, but that's
really
one of
hard
the things
to
that
see
can happen when you're hurt by a shot. You start to anticipate it, and then you leave yourself open if it doesn't go that way.
11-4.
That looked like a sort of desperate swing.
I have to agree with you.
That looked like a swing, like we're going to steal a point here because we can't win one. And now it's 11-4.
Well, I'd like to.
And Will could have called a let on that, and he didn't. He played it. They've kind of given up this match at this point.
I'd like to give some credit to Mr. Dinnerman, who said that we would not be headed to a fifth game.
Although I didn't say definitely, right?
Yeah, you made a good prediction. I'm giving you credit here.
Thank you.
13-4.
Oh, nice play. Nice play.
It's impressive from the Australians, though.
Yeah. And I will say this. I think the Canadians capitulated a few points ago, but the Australians are not giving them any chance to rethink that.
Yeah.
They've absolutely pounded these last few points.
Nice shot.
Nice shot.
Handout 5-13.
First time they've gone down the middle. And we talked about that yesterday.
Yeah.
Sometimes there's a hole there, particularly when you've got a left-handed left waller.
Six 13.
Nice get by Will to keep this match alive still.
Is he going to get a let here?
No what?
I don't think so.
7-13. I don't know what you want me to say.
I think that's a great reaction from the
I
referee.
understand, but
What did Cameron want on that? He was sort of gesturing. What did Cameron want on the play?
7-13.
Cameron's saying that
7-13.
Will's racket hit Ryan's racket,
and that's what
as Ryan was trying to play the ball backwards between his legs.
Okay.
And I think the referee made exactly the right call, and I think his reaction, I don't know what you want me to say, was perfect.
$7-14.
Want a couple of points here to make it look respectable. They're
Left side.
They're certainly not going to catch them. Was it 14-4 and they've won the last 3 points? I think that's right.
Are they doing it to
7-14.
It could have been a
From the
stroke.
It could have been a stroke.
Oh.
I think the crowd is thinking
Cameron
maybe it
got
should have been a
little
stroke.
bit stuck in there. Boy, that
No, I think it's a good call, though, because
probably
he would have really had to let it go,
Yeah,
almost to intentionally try to hit him for it to really. It was not a good shot by Cameron.
I think Cameron wanted to end the match with a dramatic shot.
That's. I think the desire.
the beam.
Yep, there's the beam.
8-14.
The infamous beam.
Down.
There it is. There's the beam. Thanks, Steve. All right. 14-8.
Whoa.
They're getting a little
shot.
They're getting a little cutesy. You know, right after you said that these guys are not letting it,
9-14.
they
won 5 straight
I
points.
give the Canadians a lot of credit too, because they're competing. Like, we may be down really far, but you're going to have to win the last point. We're not just going to concede.
You can't run the clock out in this game.
I love that attitude. You know, it's just. That's going to be trouble.
Good get.
Oh, no.
Back ball, Nick.
Yes, it did.
Well,
that is game and match. It's not quite the dramatic Nick that Cameron was trying for, but it is nevertheless a dramatic
Nick.
Right.
That's right. Mariani and Todd really give them all the credit for hanging in the way they did when it was a match point.
Yeah.
But the 4 or 5 points before match point, they really sagged.
Yes.
And that was such a hole at that point that no matter how well you're playing, you're not going to catch a team like this from 10 points behind.
Yep.
So.
Well done by Team Australia over Team Canada. Ryan Cuskelly and Cameron Pilley, two of the most highly ranked squash players in singles in recent years. World softball squash doubles champions, are making the transition to hardball squash, and they're making it fairly quickly.
Absolutely.
They have not played a ton of tournaments together, but they have qualified for 3 in a row, and now they've made it into the quarterfinals.
Who do they have next? Do you know?
One of the biggest tournaments in the world in doubles, in terms of hardball doubles. So you ask who they play
the winner
next.
of Hartigan, and good match coming up, right?
They play the winner yes.
Right. Okay.
Of yep. They play the winner of Michael Ferreira and Will Hartigan, who are playing against Chris Walker and Clive Leach in a match that you said could be the match of the night.
I think it could be a real Clive and Chris at one point were ranked as high as number 1.
Let's finish wrapping up this match first, and then we'll come back and go right to where you are. Don't forget what you were just saying.
I won't.
So, okay, so here we are. We just saw Team Canada versus Team Australia, and I think that we both agreed that Team Canada understood doubles a little bit better. They understood traditional squash double shots a little bit better. But Team Australia was impressive because of a few things. One, their belief in themselves. 2, their ability to improvise pretty quickly and knowing when to take control.
Absolutely.
Anything else you want to sort of add to
Just
that?
Their athleticism is very impressive. And they're actually, in some ways, some of the shots they're hitting, which are not classic double squash strategy, are effective because of that.
Yeah.
They've hit
It's something that people haven't seen a lot of.
They're sort of bringing from perhaps their PSA softball play into the doubles that the doubles players haven't seen. There were several times they did things that you wouldn't normally do, and that actually worked to their advantage.
All right, well, we are through with 2 matches for today so far. We've seen Clinton Leeuw and Omar El Kashef win a very entertaining first round over Andres Vargas and Caio Martino. And we just saw Cameron Pilley and Ryan Cuskelly take out Will Mariani and Justin Todd in the second match. We've got 2 more matches to go. Both of the next 2 matches feature seeds. So our first match at the scheduled for 6:30 match, and we're about 45, almost an hour behind at this point.
Wow.
This is a 6:30 match coming up, and that would be Michael Ferreira and Will Hartigan versus Chris Walker and Clive Leach. And that's followed by one more match tonight, which is going to be our number 1 seed, Zach Alexander and Scott Arnold versus Reed Endresen and Jeff Osborne. So let's just now move our attention to this upcoming match, Rob. You said you thought it would be one of the most entertaining matches of the night, and I think part of the reason for that has got to be the appeal of Chris Walker and Clive Leach. Chris Walker is 52 years old at this point. He, of course, was number 4 in the world in singles, one of the great singles players in the last 20 years. And he's had a very impressive doubles career as well. And Clive Leach has won almost every title with a number of different partners.
This is one of the very few that he hasn't won. And Clive Leach, believe it or not, was actually a losing finalist in 40 straight tournaments before he and Paul Price broke through and won a tournament. So he's been in a lot of finals. He's had the misfortune of playing teams that were the dominant team at that time, whether it was Gary Waite and Damian Mudge, or Paul Price and Ben Gould, or Ben and Damian. He's been to the finals of this event a few times. I know that he was in the finals in 2012, and this would be a great. It's going to be a real long shot for him to try to win at this point, because he himself is in his, I think, 47 now.
Yeah.
So they are an oldies but goodies team.
Right. Well, that's the point I was really trying to make, is that these guys are veterans, but they're old. They still play a great game of squash. And their opponents, of course, Michael Ferreira, very, very impressive doubles player, and Will Hartigan, has his own doubles pedigree as well. Why don't you talk a little bit about them?
Well, Michael also was a finalist here a few years ago. It was in 2016 or 17.
2017.
Yeah. He and Chris Callis lost to Victor Berg and Damian Mudge.
I believe he played with Ivan Baden.
That may have been another time, but he
in 2017 anyway.
That definitely happened as well. Michael was on the Trinity teams that won 4 straight Potter Cups during his time. That was part of Trinity's 13 straight run between 1999 and 2011. He was and he played. He was 1 point from he was very close to being in the finals of the individuals as well. So he was a great college player at Trinity, and he's done very well with a number of partners on the SDA Tour. This is his first year playing with Will Hartigan. And this is the best partner that Will has had. Will's been on the tour for a couple of years. They're both members at Racket and Tennis, and they've done well. I believe they got to the semis of the Briggs Cup a couple of weeks ago. The draw broke well for them, but they did well to win it. to get as far as they did, and they're the seeded team, and they deserve to be the favorites. And I think that their relative youth and athleticism is going to be more than Chris and Clive are going to be able to handle. But Clive they're both very, very clever players.
Yes.
And are very good hands and
fun to watch.
Absolutely. Chris Walker was actually a finalist in the British Open in 2001. And he, I believe, is the only player ever to get to the finals of the British Open having to qualify.
Yes, that is in fact correct.
And he was up 2-0 on David Palmer, and finally all those matches he'd played caught up with him. That was his 34th birthday that final was on, and I think if he'd won it, he would have been the oldest player to have won the British Open.
At that point.
To that point, exactly.
Yeah, and he, we can talk about his accolades a lot. He was on 2 British championship teams, world championship teams.
And I think he might have been the captain.
Yep, he was.
Oh, my headband's loose.
And so... put it on top of your head. There you go. Yeah, I think... So we're going to let these players finish warming up. Rob and I are going to get something to some water or something and take care of some other needs for a couple minutes, but we will be back in just a couple minutes to start this match off. All right. Welcome everybody back to this match. This is the third match of the night. This is between the number 4 seeds, who are Michael Ferreira and Will Hartigan, and they are playing the veteran team of Chris Walker and Clive Leach.
One love.
My co-commentator is Rob Dinnerman again for this match. Glad to have him back. Rob and I were talking just before this match and saying that this could be one of the most exciting matches of the evening. It certainly has the potential. Chris Walker and Clive Leach are 52 and 47 respectively, and their opponents, Michael Ferreira and Will Hartigan, are not. So Rob, take us into this match a little bit. What are you looking to see here?
What I'm looking to see is whether Clive and Chris are able to use their wisdom and experience and the fact that they played together for a number of years on the tour in the first decade of the 2000s. They're going to they can use all of that to nullify the superior athleticism of the team that they're playing against.
Yeah, I mean, as we were talking about in the pregame, Chris Walker and Clive Leach have a pedigree that would be the envy of their opponents tonight. But they have a few years on them, and Michael Ferreira is a damn good player, and Will Hartigan is coming up and been playing very well in recent years. So just to orient you all, so Chris Walker is bald on the left-hand side of the court with a headband on. He's a lefty. Was former number 4 in the world. His partner is Clive Leach, one of the great doubles players in the last 20 years. He's playing the right-hand side of the court. He's got the green or neon green shoes on. And
1-4.
Michael Ferreira is on the left wall. He's got the bigger headband on and the red shoes on that side. And Will Hartigan is the one who just hit the ball with white shoes on the right-hand side of the court. So just to orient everybody, it's a little bit tough when all the shirts are dark, but the way we can tell them apart is that one team, Walker and Leach, have black shorts on, and Hartigan and Ferreira have gray shorts on. This is a good point, Rob.
This is a good point. Ferreira is one of the few players on the tour who plays a two-handed backhand. And he's just always done that. I'm assuming he took up squash at a very early age and kept the two-handed backhand all the way through.
Five-1.
Michael's a very aggressive player. He's very often, he does not like to play long, drawn-out points. He is always looking for a chance to attack and do something short, even off the back wall.
I don't think it was making it. No. 5-2. Six-2.
Oh, that's a nice shot. That's the down the middle shot, Rob, that you were talking about last night. And again tonight, it works particularly well. Chris is left-handed, and Clive is right-handed. So
Michael, you see, Michael's serving quickly. He's not taking much time between points. They've got an early lead. He wants to absolutely keep the pressure on.
Oh, Chris thought it was
9-2
down. I
left.
thought it was a good roll corner. It looked up to me. I think the referee agrees with me, not Chris. I mean, Hartigan is moving unbelievably well at the moment. He's retrieving super well.
10-2 right.
He made a great retrieve to keep that point alive after scoring to the back left. And Clive hit a good drop shot to the front right. And
Yeah.
they still kept it in play, and they won the point.
Almost running the full, not quite the diagonal, but the full length of the court anyway.
Yeah.
Shot. Coming in, 3-10.
Clive's one of the really good cat and mouse players in the game, and that time he had room and time to hit the shots. He hasn't had either of them in the first dozen points, though.
4-10.
Well, this is interesting because it started out, Ferreira and Hartigan just came out like gangbusters. It does look like Chris and Clive are starting to work their way into it a little bit.
5-10 right.
That's an unbelievable shot. So calm, took all the pace off the ball. Rob, does it feel to you a little bit like they're playing Walker? That Ferreira and Hartigan are
5-10.
playing Walker more than Leach?
Yes, it does. Clive has been playing on the tour straight through. Chris this is his first tournament of the season, and I think only his second in the last 2 seasons. He's had a couple of operations. He's physically fine, but he has not played much at this level.
I thought it was
and
down
I think
on
they
the
are
front
going
wall.
after him. Absolutely.
Down. Second serve.
This is the first time, by the way, that he and Clive have played together in 6 years.
Wow.
They played for several years together in the late teens, and as I said, in the fall of 2007, they were ranked #1 for a brief period of time.
5-11.
They actually won the first 2 tournaments of that season
Coming in
Baltimore and
12-5.
St. Louis.
2-5.
It does look to me like Chris is a little bit rustier here. He's not playing badly, but he's making some, I guess, just balls that I would expect him to get. Let's just put it that way.
Markey left. 12-6.
More importantly, he has not yet had a chance. He's very, very tricky with his wrists and can really do a whole bunch of shots late in his swing, but he hasn't been under too much pressure to be able to do any of that yet.
Coming in. 7-12.
Wow. He can still hit it.
Right, and set up by Chris is a
8-12.
good shot, though, right?
But interestingly, remember when we were watching Cameron hit some of those hard balls? Cameron was over-hitting them. And that ball, not only did Clive hit it hard and well, but it was accurate and with good length.
Absolutely. It stayed down. There was no second chance off the back wall.
Even if, Michael had gone over to try and cover for Will, there wasn't any opportunity.
Wasn't going to get there. That's right.
They're having a lot of discussions about the serves.
8-12.
Down the middle again.
Chris Wright. 8-13.
9-13.
He hits that shot great.
That's part of the wrist you were talking about.
Absolutely. Oh boy. And on the swing right before that,
10-13.
had Michael going forward and he had to chase a lob. That's part of why he then had an open swing to hit his reverse.
I just want to point out that it was once an 8-point lead. It's now a 3-point lead. So the veterans have definitely figured out a way to get themselves into this match, which is impressive because they were being severely outplayed. Wow.
He's beautiful. That's how shots. He stabs his ball to the corner.
11-13.
That's a gorgeous shot.
11-13.
11-13.
That's what he can do when he has room and time. Chris can cut a team apart.
Did he make that?
12-13.
No. Okay, he missed it. I thought for a second he might have made that shot. 12-13. It's a 1-point game. Rob.
If they can steal, if they can.
They were down by 8 points.
I know.
All right, that's a nice shot by Michael.
Under some duress, too.
Yeah, under some duress. That's
14,
exactly
12.
the right way to put it.
And he hit the same shot a few points earlier, so for him to step up and hit it that confidently.
Well, 14-13, game ball.
That's unbelievable.
Clive can do that. He can do that.
14-13.
You know, they originally were going to appeal the serve. They decided not to say anything after they won the point.
14-13, game ball. Left.
All right.
Oh.
Well, here we
40
are.
all, game ball.
Wow.
Game ball for both teams.
How about this?
I'm kind of shocked that the veterans have gotten themselves into it, but into it they have. Oof.
Oh boy.
Nice get. Way to stay alive. They are pounding Chris Walker here.
Frenetic pace.
Oh my God! So I just want to point out that is their first lead of the game, and it's on game ball.
Wow.
Their very first lead of the game.
And a very, very wise smart shot by Clive. Almost a brilliant choice. And
Wow,
the
that-
execution was perfect.
What's that?
The execution was perfect.
The
too.
execution was perfect. I mean, that's an impressive comeback.
It is.
And just shows you sort of the calmness, and I'm just incredibly impressed by that game. I mean, it just seemed like it was all going the other way at the beginning of that game, and for these guys to come through and take it. And you can tell, I mean, when you watch Chris Walker move to the front wall, it's not as elastic as many of the other people. Clive still looks like he's moving just fine. And that shot that he hit there where he just strapped that ball to perfect length, it's gorgeous.
Clive has always glided to the ball. And he just never looks really under tremendous duress. And he's always got good balance. And he just has his feet right. And he's got a lot of things he can do with his wrist.
Yes.
I do think Clive and Chris needed that game more than... well, let's put it this way. It would have been really disappointing for them to come all the way back and then lose that game. But they didn't. And I thought Michael and Will looked a little nervous at the last couple of points of that game.
Well, I think even if you are a favored and seeded team, but you're playing against, what are arguably legends of the game, it can be hard. It can be tricky. You should win. They're older, but they have an aura. They have cleverness. They have experience, and all that can get into your head.
It can, especially when you jump out to a huge lead and then that game disappears and is stolen from you on a really, incredibly inventive shot. Neither Will nor Michael would have thought to hit that shot in that spot.
Yeah.
Clive had the extra, there's a certain genius in the way Clive plays. And you saw that at the end of that game. Not just that last shot, he hit a reverse corner from off the back wall that was part of that rally.
Yes. And that forehand that he strapped down the line that we talked about.
One game to love all.
It was impressive. This is exciting.
Let's see what happens in the second game.
I do agree with you. It's exciting, perhaps maybe more because Walker and Leach, if they hadn't won that game, would be in serious trouble here.
Yeah, absolutely, and even more, yeah.
Ferreira and Hartigan can come back.
Meanwhile, he just hit an ace on the first serve. Nope.
Smart.
To love.
Wow.
Very smart.
Yeah, they're both scrambling for that shot, and then the whole back of the court was open.
Oh, I think he's saying that when
1-2.
he ducked, it hit the back of his headband. He felt it. That's good sportsmanship because I sure didn't see it.
2-0.
Nice shot.
3-2. Four-two.
He didn't react very well to that shot. Chris was a little bit on his heels, I think.
Yeah, it's going to be important for Chris and Clive not to be complacent, and probably important for them not to get into an 8-point deficit in this game as well.
Right.
I would
4-3.
not be counting on Ferreira and Hartigan to give up that kind of lead again.
Five-three.
It looked like Clive was circling back Chris, and when Chris volleyed it, the front right was open.
Yeah, I think Michael realized that it was a good aware play.
Down.
So now these guys have got to.
6-3.
The veterans have got to try to stay close here.
Sorry?
Right.
Yeah, your shot was down, yeah. Surf was good. Well, I'm not sure about that, but that was good. I thought you thought yours was good. 6-3.
I'm actually not sure what that discussion was about. Do you know?
No, I don't know, but they said 6-3 originally. Now they said only 5-3. So no, it is 6-3 now. Okay.
Nice.
He's very good late in the swing.
Coming in, 4-6.
Clive, when Clive does argue, it's always with a smile on his face, so it never gets held against him.
Let. Right. Sorry, mate. Yeah.
So yesterday, Rob, you gave an explanation of a stroke being when you hit the ball back at yourself. Now, Michael just hit the ball back at himself, but it took a circuitous route, and Clive had a potential play on it. Eventually, it was Chris's play, who was right behind him. What do you think?
I thought the let call was the right call.
Okay.
I also think Clive not only had a swing, he started to swing, and at that point, Michael had a right to react to that, and therefore it shouldn't have been called for a stroke because it ended up where it did.
Right.
Great. So under the premise that you shouldn't have to clear
Leach,
twice.
Right.
I think Clive actually did sort of start to swing at it.
Yeah. No, I agree with you.
Yeah.
Yep. Fun point. That's a great point.
Great point.
He's hit that shot.
5-6.
Chris has hit that shot very well tonight. He's hit it 4 or 5 times already, and I think almost all of them have been winners. And I don't think any errors on that particular shot. I don't think he's made any errors yet.
Not only that, early in the point he held up to Hartigan's heat. They had a cross-court exchange several times, and he absolutely, nullified Will's attempt to hurt him.
Chris Wright, 5-7.
Oh, wow.
Beautiful teamwork.
That's just exactly what I was going to say. I mean, they just knew where each other
6-7 left.
Really doing it nicely.
And not an easy shot that Clive hit to end it either. He was over his head. He had to be very delicate because Michael was trying to come over.
Great lob. That's great coverage there too. Wow.
Great point.
Just a fantastic point by the old guys. And I do mean the old guys.
7-0.
52 and 47 in an open division. That's
believe.
old. So just to orient everybody, this is our third match of the evening. We have the number 4 seed Michael Ferreira and Will Hartigan taking on the legendary team of Chris Walker and Clive
Coming
Leach.
in, 8-7.
Chris Walker and Clive Leach came from a huge deficit, 8-point deficit in the first game to win it by 1 point, 15-14. And we're now almost dead even in the second game. Ferreira and Hartigan have a 1-point lead in the second game. This is the third match of the evening, and we've got one more to go on. At the end of tonight, we will have wrapped up all of the first round of the 2020 David C. Johnson Memorial Squash
Mikey
Doubles
left.
Tournament in Brooklyn Heights, Brooklyn. And my name is Will Carlin. I'm your host all the way through everything, and I'm sitting here with Rob Dinnerman. And I think we are both marveling at how well the older team of Chris Walker and Clive Leach are playing, and how well they're nullifying the youth advantage of their opponents.
Coming in, 9-8.
And they're ahead right now in this game too. And they were way behind this game early also.
And, you know, what I thought you were saying there is they're in their heads, not just that they are ahead.
Yes.
But I think that that's also somewhat true here.
Wow.
That's crazy. He just hasn't missed that shot.
Hey,
10-8.
whether to reverse or the front side.
Yep.
He scored on both of them, and you're right, no tins on that either. They look demoralized, to be honest, the other fourth seeds.
It's early, but
10-9.
were this to be an upset, it would be the first real upset of the tournament.
Absolutely. Chris Walker had an open roll corner just there and just tinned it.
10-9.
It would have been 11-8 if he made it. If this game gets away, remember that point.
Yeah.
$11-9.
Well,
coming in. 10-11.
That's a nice return.
Great
Can't
shot.
do anything about that. And an important time for it.
Oh my goodness, what a shot Clive just hit.
10-12.
Clive is crazy good
10-12.
up there.
That's the best shot of the night so far.
And notice what he did there. He's just trying to slow him down, make them think about the situation. See, Hartigan and Ferreira, it looks like they feel like they can just hit their way through this match, and it's really not working for them. I mean, they're still way in it, and they're playing decently, but I feel like if they were thinking about how to move these guys more than just try to pound the ball through them, it might be working better for them. Trouble.
Nice shot.
That's
nice.
Great.
That's a nice shot.
Yep. Smart.
Clive napping a little bit on that.
Yep. I think Clive thought he was going to be hitting a straight drop and it was going to be Chris's ball, and instead he wrapped it around the corner.
11-12.
Absolutely.
Are we going for another 1-point game here, Rob?
Could be.
It's another nice shot.
Nice shot by Michael.
We're all even.
I will say this: he goes for it. He doesn't play it safe under it. That 10 would have crushed them at that stage, but he hit a perfect shot. Another winner from Michael.
Good.
Oh.
Wow.
What's the call?
Yeah, that he got it. So that was
Chris got it. Wow.
13-12 for.
They've had a couple of lucky breaks too.
I think
That's exactly the formula for winning
13-12.
this match. Play really well, keep it close, and then do something good at the end, and they're very close.
All left.
All right. Well, we said it might be a 1-point game, and it seems to be headed that way.
Absolutely. Just missed it, eh?
I think he missed it. Yeah.
Coming in, 14-13, game
ball. Great choice.
All right. Game ball for the young guys.
Yep.
Oh, no. Not a Clive Leach special on that one. That's too bad.
Wow.
But it certainly, for the fans, makes this even more prospectively, because a 2-love lead for Walker and Leach was still not insurmountable, I think, for Ferreira and Hartigan. But this makes it very interesting now, because now this next game is going to be all about who can handle the pressure better.
Right. You said it wouldn't have been insurmountable, but I think that if they'd fallen behind 2-0, if you put Clive and Chris in a spot where they just need one out of the last 3 games, the way they played tonight, they could find a way to do that.
Yeah.
They just missed a couple of really important shots at the end of that game. The shot, proper shots to hit, not rash shots. You said in the second game that, you thought Ferreira and Hartigan thought they could just pound their way through this match. I think that's the only way they think they can win this match, is to pound their way through it.
And it's interesting because they're very talented, but what that does is it nullifies the raw speed advantage that the young guys have, because now Chris doesn't need to cover the front nearly as much, and they are making him cover. They did mix it up there at the end, which is one of the reasons why I think they won that game. But that game, had they been mixing in more, moving them around a little bit more, would not have been as close.
They're making it harder on themselves than they have to.
That's what I think. Do you agree?
Absolutely, 100%. And also, the only real reason they won that game is Clive just missed a couple of shots that would have been winners.
Yeah.
Especially the one at 13-all. That hurt. That little reverse that he tried off his hip.
Yeah.
Because Will did not see that. That was not going to come back.
That shot was an amazing get by Chris.
Yes.
Oh.
Chris has looked like the most sort of rickety of the 4, but he's made most of the gets he's had to.
And as you said earlier, when Will was pounding him, he was just holding on. He was like, a little hockey goalie-like, but a calm hockey goalie.
Absolutely.
He wasn't really stressed by it. He was sort of like, go ahead, keep hitting it hard. I'll keep getting it back.
Right.
And then he did have that overhead. That was just he didn't miss the overhead. The overhead to the other corner, whether it was a reverse or whether it was front wall, side wall.
Right.
He just didn't miss it.
That's right.
It was fantastic.
He missed one roll corner late in that game, sort of an open wrist late, but he hits that shot beautifully also, and it was certainly a shot that was worth trying at the time. So.
All right, here we are. 2 minutes goes by fast.
Yep. Level. One game all. One game all. Love all. One love. One all. From the left.
Just didn't react to that one very well. He sort of was maybe expecting something harder.
When he's sort of reacting late, you can see that he's 52 years old.
Yeah.
But, I mean, gosh, Rob.
2-1.
He's hanging in there unbelievably well. And, you know, they're in this match. Look at that.
3-1.
Yes, I was number 4 in the world. Don't forget it. Come on.
Oh, come on.
Come on.
No.
What?
Oh, was it down? It was down. Okay.
Boy,
No,
boy,
it's down.
not by much. And Clive's not convinced of it. Yeah, it hit the tip.
I think it was
Yeah,
down.
yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
it was down. At first, I thought it was.
Behind the back.
At first, I thought it was an unbelievable winner, but I think, in fact, it was down.
Behind the back.
Yeah.
Oh, it's down. It's down. 2 down. Yeah.
See that nice smile on Clive's
It's like that much
face?
down. It's 2-3.
Don't be mad at me. I'm just having fun.
Right.
Wow.
He could hit that shot. I've seen him hit it before.
2-4.
That's what we're talking. He only misses when he has to hit it behind his back.
And barely at that.
And barely at that. That's exactly right. That one was down too, I think.
Yeah.
Oh no, that was. I think Chris was saying it was a double
3-4.
bounce, but no. Okay, 3-4.
Nice shot.
They've actually used that shot quite well
4 all
today.
left side.
I think that's the 3rd or 4th time they've done it now.
Right.
Still.
Right
yeah.
down the middle.
Right.
Nope. Down. Huh? Yeah.
Nice shot. Front side Nick, I think, by
5-4.
Will.
Well, it's nip and tuck in the early stages here. I thought maybe one team was going to jump out, but I don't know why I thought that. It's been a close match all the way through, so. so
Great shot.
good. It's
Coming
just
in,
beautiful.
5-all.
And what I like about that point is Clive and Chris seem so relaxed during that point. Did you notice that? They're banging the ball, they're moving around, but their body language is very relaxed. It's like, we're not stressed. He's determined to perfect that behind the back shot.
Down
Again.
the middle. So.
Left
So
side.
just, Rob,
Chris.
explain why that shot works so
5-6.
well, especially against a team like Chris and Clive.
Because they're both covering the sides and not wanting to get past, and then there's a hole down the middle. If you can hit it, if you can hit it the right time and hit it hard and accurately, they will not
6-all.
react to it.
You also mentioned yesterday about because Chris is left-handed and Clive is right-handed, so it leaves what normally down the middle would be a forehand for the left wall player is now 2 backhands.
Exactly. But it's a shot that you would never see in singles, which is why people just have trouble, having it in their heads to try that shot.
Hit your legs.
That looks like a stroke to me a little bit. What do you think, Will?
No,
I thought it
hit your leg. From the right, 6-all.
Yeah, he's saying that it hit Chris in the leg, and therefore he felt Chris wasn't ready to play it. But I don't know. This is it. It seems like he's right there to me. I think I'm with you, Rob. I think I would call it a stroke. It's close though. Let's give the referee some credit. It's close.
6-all.
But it was a let.
Beam ball, I think, right? Looked like it.
Something weird happened there.
7-6.
Yeah, there was a beam ball.
Why would it have wound up
7-6.
there though? Because that was on the return serve. Anyway, it doesn't matter.
And Chris just
That
had a
was
serve
that was definitely a
for
beam
sure.
ball on that
But it's a
first
lot
serve.
less harmful on a first serve than in the point.
Michael Ferreira had the
Good shot.
down the middle shot open again,
Coming in, 7-all.
but they got it here. Well, I think both teams know the importance of this third game.
Yep. Another beam ball, I think.
It's sort of classic in squash.
7-8.
The third game, if it's 1-all, is just an absolutely enormous winning percentage to the team. To the
Particularly
person
for
on the team.
Clive and Chris.
Well, yeah, in this particular case, it would be huge. Oh, nice get.
Yep.
Staying alive.
Let, I think. Yeah.
Yep.
Ball, 7-8.
Score is 7-8 here in the critical third game. That'll make it 8-all.
8-all.
Yep. So
Whoa.
that was
9-8.
not a good return. Now we've just seen a couple of loose plays here by Clive and Chris. This is not a good time to get loose.
Good shot. Couple of quick points.
10-8.
Yep. Three right in a row. They were down 7-8. Now it's 10-8. Did he make that?
Nope.
No, he missed
11-8.
it. 11-8.
Wow. Good play.
Nice shot. All right, that's stemmed the bleeding a
Yeah,
little bit there.
9-11.
They needed that point for sure. And they need this one.
Yeah, yours, Clive.
Nitty-gritty time here, Rob. This is really important for both teams.
The ball.
Good call.
9-11.
Great shot.
That's unbelievable, actually, from way back there.
Yep.
Left side. 10-11.
So good. And Michael didn't look quick to that, but Michael's fast. You know?
He just wasn't expecting that.
Wow.
Good shot. Reverse. Wow.
Beautiful.
Michael has not hit one ball past Clive this
Chris
match.
from the right.
He keeps trying to blow it past him for a winner
10-12.
that way. He hasn't happened once.
Well, as we both said earlier, Ferreira and Hartigan have been trying to blast it past these guys, and what's working for them is when Michael hits a shot like that.
Right.
You know, it's working when they are actually getting some openings and doing it. But that was a smart play by Chris.
I think
Ball.
they're
It's going to be a let.
Clive's not sure about it, but that was a let.
Definitely a let. He was right in the way.
Completely. And Will had a clear path to the ball.
10-12. Down. Left side, 11-12.
Chris is serving at 11-12 in the game. Wow, beautiful cross drop for Chris.
That's crazy.
12-all.
Wow.
All of these games have gone down to the wire.
That's going to be a close call.
Left ball.
They gave it to him. He was a little bit
No, I think it was a good call.
close.
It's close, but he had no chance at it with his
I know Michael's
body
not
there.
happy about it.
That shot has been
Right
working
side.
well for Michael throughout this match, that down the middle shot. But
Right
Clive,
side,
Clive I do
12-0.
think, read it for one of the first times. That is a solid 10.
13-12.
He made a couple of errors at the end of last game, you may remember.
Yep, right at the end. Yep.
Watch out.
Yep, level.
He's going to get it again.
Right, 13-12.
I think Michael heard us talking about that down the middle shot. He's been really going for it. Oh, what a nice lob.
Will got to it.
I wasn't sure. I mean,
Pinned that, didn't they?
That was down. But
Yeah, but they were peeling the get
they're
here.
peeling the
Good.
get.
And they gave it to him.
14-12, game ball.
That's the same shot he tinned right at the end of the second game.
Yep. On almost the same point, too, right? Wasn't it something like that? But of
Tinned
course,
that, though.
if you can hit a winner like that,
14-13,
Yep.
game ball.
Wow.
wow. Wow, 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 Rob.
Oh, that's a great
Right
shot.
side.
Great shallow
14
shot.
all, game ball.
All right.
My God.
1 all, 14 all. If you are watching, this is what squash is all about right here. 1 point.
This might be the match right here.
This could be a match point, effectively.
Yep.
Kind of get a let.
That 14 all.
Relieve the tension a little bit. I'm sitting here tense.
I'm surprised that Michael hit that 10 on that last point. He sort of had an open swing at him.
Yep.
I think Clive's got a hard serve here. Yep.
Good for the neck.
Yep, let 14 all.
Gonna do it again.
Yes.
Oh. Oh.
Where'd he hit him?
I think in the back.
Back, yeah. Okay.
He had let up on a swing. That didn't do any damage. Now Clive better be aware of this beam. I'm sure he's not going to double fault, but
Same serve.
it's also been very close
14
to
all.
fault there.
Yeah, no,
Game
I
ball.
know. It is. It's
It's
very
tough time
close.
to call it on him, but he's been doing that all match.
Yep. All right, it's in play. 14 all, 1 all, 14 all, folks. This is big.
Game 15-14.
Fortunately, it's an error, and that means that Michael Ferreira and Will Hartigan
Wow.
have a 2-1 lead. And in the overall point scoring rally, they have a 2-point lead. Out of all the points that have been played so far, they've won 2 more than Chris and Clive. This is a really fun match, Rob.
I think that Chris and Clive needed that match. That game, though.
So are you going to go on the limb here and make another
I
prediction?
don't think there's going to be a 5th game.
There's not going to be a 5th game.
I'm not sure, but I don't think so. Maybe I'll be wrong, but I think they needed that game. They have actually, in these 2 close games that they've lost, they've hit more tins in that stretch than any other stretch in which there've been an important group of points.
Yep.
There were they lost 2 points that they lost of the second game were on tins, and the last 2 points that they lost this game were because of tins.
It's really too bad because they've been playing so well.
So they have.
And but take nothing away from Michael and Will. They are, they're out here. They are the number 4 seeds. They're competing. Their job is to get through a challenge like this, and they are, they're on their way now. It has not been easy, but they've kept their cool through some adversity, and they are now, I think they're going to move into control. They're definitely in the control position now.
Yeah.
But so do you think, I know you're saying you don't think a 5th game.
That's right.
Do you think this one will be another 1 or 2 point game?
That I'm not sure of. It's very important that Clive and Chris stay in contact early in this game.
Yeah.
They're not going to make a late comeback like they did in the first
game. Right.
They've got to stay with this game all the way through. And what I'm just thinking is that, it's a long way back knowing you have to win 2 games against such an athletic team.
Yes.
If they had 1 game to play with, that would be a whole different dynamic.
I mean, that's why at the 1 all, that 3rd game is so critically important because it really does play with the psychology there. But you know what's interesting? They've won 1 game out of 3. The 1 game they won was the one where they were down by 8 points.
That's true.
and the other 2 where they hung in there, they lost those 2 games. But I nevertheless agree with you. I think that they have to stay close here.
And the thing is, they've won 1 game out of 3. It feels like they've outplayed Will and Michael.
I actually agree with that. It's, as you said, errors at the end of the 2 games they lost.
Right. But there a lot of effort went into trying to win those 2 games that they just didn't win.
Yep.
And I'm just not sure if they're going to be able to sort of stay with this very young, very athletic team that now has 1 game to lose if they have to.
Well, as I said, we have to give credit. It's obvious, I think, our biases here are not that we like Clive and Chris more. It's just that there's some biases. They're a great team, and they're certainly the underdogs, and so
Okay,
it's
2
fun
games
watching
to
them
1.
do well. But give credit to Michael and to
Level.
Will, because, as I said, they are the number 4 seeds. Their job is to get through this round, and they're doing their damnedest to do it, and they've kept their cool at the end of the two critical games here, and I don't want to take anything away from them for that.
It would be more of a feel-good win if Clive and Chris could somehow win.
Sure. I think that's always true when you have sort of people who are
1 love.
past their prime and performing, on sort of borrowed time or money, whatever you want to say. But people like that, and particularly these two guys. I mean, these two are, Chris is a legend in singles and a well-respected doubles player, and Clive is close to legendary status in doubles. I mean, he's not Damian Mudge, I admit, but nobody is.
2-1.
And he's been out here for a long time, and he's been one of the greats for a long time.
He's also a 2-time reigning world doubles champion.
3-1.
He's won that world doubles in hardball the last 2 times it's been held.
Yeah. No, Clive is. I think Clive. If there were a squash doubles Hall of Fame, which I don't think there really is at the moment, but he may get into the U.S. Squash Hall of Fame.
2-3.
It's possible.
2-3.
He's also the last connection to the group that started this tour 20 years ago. Damian Mudge and Gary Wade and Willie Hosey and Victor, they're all gone.
Yep.
Clive's the only one. Blair Horler.
Victor Berg was the one you were going to say.
Right. Clive's the only one who's
2-4.
left of that original group.
Boy, that's a talented group of players you just named. Jeepers. Wow, has that shot worked well for
They
them?
didn't react well to that. They were really caught on that one.
They're not the quickest. Out.
What
Coming in 5-3.
Will and Michael need to do here is keep their cool, keep the pressure on. What they don't want to do is give away unforced errors. That's a nice shot.
On that, yep.
Chris from the left. 5-4.
That's beautiful. He really hits that shot
6-4.
unbelievably well.
Just carves it to the corner.
And it's off the back wall. I mean, it's so deep.
Oh.
Did he make that?
We'll serve 5-6.
Yep.
That's impressive. That is an impressive shot.
Left Will. 6-all.
Well, just caught the top of the tin. It was exactly the right shot, and it would have been a tough get for Michael.
Well, I thought Michael and Will might run away with this game. That is not happening.
Let.
Yep, that's going to be a let.
6-0.
It is a little bit interesting because that kind of shot right there is an opportunity on Clive's racket at least for a winner, and in singles, because of that, that would be a stroke.
Yep.
And I understand why it's not in doubles, but it's
Right
got to
side,
make somebody
7-6.
like Clive a little frustrated because he
Absolutely.
can hit a winner there.
Absolutely.
Oof, that's close.
Yeah,
Level.
but they'll probably give a lot.
Level.
Yeah, they will give him a lot, but
Yeah.
I will tell you that was
Slit.
fast down the middle.
Yes. And they
It's not an
didn't quite
obvious
react
stroke,
real
it's a
early.
let.
On the play you were
Stop.
talking about, it means that Michael and Will
7-6.
don't have to pay the price for Michael's poor cross court.
That's exactly right, and I don't know that there's a solution though, Rob, because in doubles, I don't think you can really give that as a stroke.
That's right.
I'm just pointing out that it's a little frustrating
Absolutely.
for for a gifted shot maker like Clive is.
What's that?
Not sure what they're arguing about right now.
Did you ask, Chris, or were you not ready?
I missed that, Rob. Do you have any idea what it's about?
Nope. Good call.
Yeah, he's going a lot.
7-6.
It's a good gap.
Good gap.
Smart. That's a good
Offside,
shot.
play.
8-6.
Yep, that's a
Chris,
smart
by
shot.
the way, has had both hips replaced a couple of years ago, so he's not only 52 but dealing with that as well.
He's a real solid AARP member now. Hip replacements and the like.
Right side, 8-7.
Great winner he just hit too.
Yep, I mean, they give Chris and Clive credit. They are not, we thought they might,
That,
I don't want to say get blown out, but they might be in trouble this game.
They're not going anywhere.
They're hanging in tough.
They're right in here. There you go, another winner. How about that?
8-all.
Chris Walker
Yep.
coming through.
Another winner. 3 in a row.
Have you been a finalist in the British Open? Because I have.
That's for sure. And the captain of
And the
British
captain
teams that have won the World Championship.
No. Stroke.
That, I think, is going to be a stroke. Yes, they called it a stroke.
That's a stroke. Absolutely.
Yep. Okay. Wow, Rob.
Well,
Your no fifth
Clive.
game is
Clive from the right.
looking slightly
They
in
certainly got
jeopardy.
they still got to fight their way through it at this point.
I know I might be premature. I'm just saying it's
Clive from the
your
right.
other prognostication was right on the money. This one, it's a little tentative at the moment.
That's for sure.
That Oh. Is it serve down?
Called a let.
It's a nice lob. Come on.
Good shot.
That is unbelievable.
Incredible shot.
That's a
Left
shot that I
side,
think he was
11-8.
trying on game ball, and the other one that he just completely muffed, but
On
he
the
made
last
it
point.
there.
Right.
Yep, on the last point.
Out.
It's
giving
looking
well
more and
different
more. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
It's looking more and more like we might be headed for a 5th game.
Ooh.
It looked like he stumbled. Yeah, he got a little caught up there, and I think that
So
made him just a little less accurate.
11-9.
You got caught up at Michael's feet, you think, right?
Yes, I do.
Right
Yeah,
side.
he did. Oh, no.
Coming in. 10-11.
That's not a good error.
Okay, there's a couple of loose points there.
Yep. Well,
That's a let.
No let.
Oh, you said no let?
It's no let.
Boy, that's a tough call. He was in the way of his follow-through. I think Chris
Thought
could
the
have
angle
played
was
that.
too sharp.
You wouldn't give a let on that?
I would give it a let.
Absolutely. That he would have hit him with either
thought
the
it was
ball
too
or the
sharp.
racket if he played that. It wasn't like he couldn't play the
11-all.
ball. It's a tough call.
That is a
11-all.
big,
Left side.
big call, though.
Yep.
That goes from 11-10 to 11-all. And all of a sudden, the younger team is right back in it here. I have to admit, I'm enjoying this enough that there's a part of me that definitely would like
Whoa! They're playing each other awfully close there.
I mean, I don't think Chris is thinking that way, but this is a little bit potentially because he didn't get a let on the last ball.
Yep, that's right. Yep.
And he's thinking, well, I need to play it
Exactly.
because they might not give me a let. And, you know, that's, again, I don't think it's done to make the point, but I think he literally was trying to just play the ball because he knew he had to play the ball.
Right.
And
He may have also thought he had a little more room than he did on that. You know, that also could have been a stroke against Michael.
well, that's what Chris is arguing right now is he's saying that's my point.
I would call a stroke on that. He hit it back at himself. He
It's
didn't
two
clear.
lets and a stroke.
Chris didn't
So
have
it's a
room
let.
to-
It's a let.
They're going to play lead, but that could be a stroke.
Two. It's a let. It's a let.
Steve, can we see a replay of that point? So here we go. It's right back at himself.
That is a stroke.
I believe it is a stroke.
Yep.
11-all.
They usually don't call it when you're behind the guy, but they should.
Yeah. Wow. Look at that Clive just
I've done that about 3 times
From
this
the right.
match. It's
11-12.
incredible.
it out.
To have a cross court and actually hook it like that into the corner without even really moving his feet. It was just a
No, I know. It's just
wrist lift.
almost like Plastic Man sticking his racket out there. nice recovery by Michael there. Great shot, nice get. Oh! Well done, well done. We have to give some credit there. That is really nicely done.
Left side, 12 all.
Wow.
12 all.
That was really the sort of instinctive swing. Got lucky on that.
Go again.
This is fun, Rob. This is fun. This is what squash doubles is all about right here. Oh, nice shot.
I think it's going to be the best match of the night.
13, 13, 12.
You said that at the beginning of the day. You said this is potentially the best match of the night.
But Chris and Clive have to win this point.
I will say that I'm rooting for a fifth set. I mean, I just think it would be fun. Oh, wow.
Hit him with the ball.
The ball.
I think it's his racket. He got his racket,
right.
so.
He's trying that.
13, 12.
Just a left.
13, 12.
Wow. Wow. I cannot believe that shot, Rob.
Great shot.
I cannot believe that shot.
He's hit a couple of tremendous winners.
13 all. Wow. No game has been decided by fewer than 2 points. By more than 2 points. This is great.
Hard serve coming up.
Oh, wow.
Michael.
Wow, wow, wow.
14, 13, game ball.
Wow, he pinned it.
Are we headed for 5? Or are we getting to a mutual game match ball?
Out. 14, 13.
Not much room to swing at.
Down the middle worked again.
Yeah, but I'm surprised Chris crossed like that.
Yeah, that was a straight. That almost seemed like a strategic error.
Chris.
But let's just set it right down. So we are at
14
mutual
and
game and match ball. So it's game ball for the team in black, match ball for the team in white. Oh my God! That's great stuff. Wow.
Wow, great job.
Wow, wow, wow.
Clive could do a lot of things late in the swing.
So I also want to point out here that at the end of 4 games, there is a 1 point difference in the total points won by each team.
Wow.
I mean, this is about as close as you can get.
Absolutely.
If the second game had been 15-14 instead of 15-13, it would be as close as you could be at this point. This is really fun stuff. This is incredibly entertaining.
And I'll tell you something. I don't think the Clive and Chris look like they're too tight to play.
Start again there. Your microphone was not near your face there.
We're good now?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't think the Clive and Chris are too tired to play the 5th game.
I agree with you. I think we are, this could be a classic 5th game. They don't look exhausted. They look ready to go. I do think that if they win, it could have implications for tomorrow.
I don't think they'll be able to cope with this effort 2 nights in a row.
Yeah. So if we're thinking about great quarterfinals, we might want Ferreira and Hartigan to actually get through. But if we're talking about just this match, the sentiments are certainly going to be on the Walker-Leach side.
Chris had a bunch of winners in the middle of that game. I think 3 for 4 points in a row, and Clive hit the winners at the end of that game.
Yeah, I mean, but Ferreira and Hartigan played well. They, in the middle of the game, for Ferreira to hit as many as 3 or 4 balls down the middle winners, some nice reverse corners. I mean, they've played well as well.
Yep,
there have been some critical errors on both sides.
Yep.
So Clive and Chris made some errors at the end of the second and the third game. But then at the end of the fourth game, those were winners.
Right.
They won that game.
Right, and Michael hit a 10 to make it 14-13 in that last game.
That was a big 10. Yes, that was a big 10.
But he goes for it. He's hit a couple of winners here. I mean, those are shots that he goes for. It's not like he normally wouldn't hit that shot.
Right. No, I mean, that's part of, if you're a shot maker, you sort of have to, and to some extent that's Clive too, right? Clive is, well, I've lost 2 games by going for it. I've won 2 games by going for it. So.
He sure hit a great nick there.
That was unbelievable.
Not much angle on it either.
On the second shot of the rally too.
Wow.
Serve, return, and then that shot. I mean, it's
right.
just, boom, boom, boom. 3-wall that rolls.
He has a great sense of the court. And I think he sensed that Michael was expecting either a lob or a hard cross court, and that therefore the front left would be open if he nicked it.
Yeah.
Michael's so fast that anything but a nick might have come back.
But that, it didn't matter if, as it turns out, it didn't matter if Michael had read it because that ball just rolled out. So, fun stuff. Okay, well, that was a short little 2-minute break. Here we are, Game 5, number 4 seeds. Michael Ferreira and Will Hartigan taking on the elder statesmen, Chris Walker and Clive Leach, who I just want to emphasize, 52 years old and 47 years old, and playing great.
99 years old between them.
That says it all, doesn't it?
Right.
That says it all right there.
Right.
And they look great, and they're playing great. And this is just the 3rd match of the day. We have another match. We're going to see our number 1 seeds in the last match of the night. But first, we've got a 5th game.
2-love.
2 winners by Ferreira so far. He hit a tight little shot right on the first exchange of the game.
Ooh. A nice shot. Good dig by Walker.
Just a let?
Double.
Yeah.
From the left. 2-love.
Yeah.
It's a singles.
Quick 3-love lead here. All on winners.
We've had a couple of 3-love leads, but I don't think we've had a 4-love lead. The other team has managed to win this last point each time.
Left side. Left side. 4-love.
Well,
A little bit of a mishap, but it counts. They're having a little conversation.
I see
here.
the conference there. They know that if this gets away too quickly here, they're going to be in serious trouble. It's a nice shot.
Right side, 5-love.
We hit that perfectly.
It would be a little bit of an anticlimax if this game were the one game that wasn't close.
That could happen.
It could. It is interesting to me right now. Ferreira looks very calm out here to me. He looks like, okay, I'm just going to deal with this. Wow. That's
great shot.
Well, they needed that.
They did.
But I'll tell you, it was risky.
Yes, it was.
Well, let's see what happens here. Can they get on a little bit of a roll? Will that start something? I'm impressed with how relaxed Ferreira and Hartigan look at this point. Because in a weird way, the pressure's all on them, Rob, I think.
It did help them that they got a couple of quick points to sort of give them a little cushion right away.
Yeah.
Caught the 10 with it, I think.
Right side, 6-1.
Yep.
$7-1.
Well, it's getting away.
Yep, it is.
Could there be another first game miracle?
Yeah.
What happened there? Winner?
That was a winner by Clive right
great
there.
Shot. Great shot.
Coming in.
Rob,
2-7.
can it be another first game miracle coming back from?
Again, I don't think they're going to be able to make a move at them, but I've been wrong several times tonight.
So let's just remember it was 7-1. Just in case something happens. Did he miss that? He missed it.
3-7.
He missed it.
Missed it. He did miss it. Wow, he had an open play there. That's a stroke.
Ball.
Although they didn't give earlier. What did they rule?
That looked like a stroke to me.
Well, I agree, but I thought the earlier one was a stroke, and if they're not giving that earlier one.
You will.
Oh, well, the ball broke.
Oh, okay. Oh. Yep. This could change things also. First of all, the ball acts differently when it's new. It's crisper and the shots are more effective. And secondly, there's a ways to, you have to warm the ball up, and you can cool off and lose your momentum during that time.
Yeah, and it's also interesting, you know, one of the games that happens here is who warms up the ball.
Absolutely.
And I noticed that the younger team was warming up the ball.
Right.
I think that Clive and Chris are like, yeah, why don't you guys warm up the ball? That'll be just fine with us.
Right, we'll save our energy and let you guys do that. Because it does take some energy to get that ball warmed up.
For sure. And, you know, if Chris and Clive like the feel of this ball, you know, it's a shot maker's advantage when a new ball comes into play, because what happens is, I know you know this, but for our spectators, that the ball gets softer and it becomes a little less shootable.
Right.
I mean, we're talking very small degrees here, but for a shot maker, they feel it.
Absolutely.
And if they like the feel of this, it could actually, we'll see what happens. Now, Ferreira is also a very good shot maker, so, you know, I would say that of the four of them, Hartigan is probably the least shot maker-ish of them. It's using a word that I probably shouldn't use, but it's not the. He's probably the least of the shot makers of the four.
Right. Now this could be to Chris and Clive's advantage.
Well, we shall see. It'll be. I'm happy we got a fifth game. This has been a terrific match.
And really, this is one where I don't want to say there are no losers.
Right,
that's too much of a
so
cliche.
Clive from the left.
But let's see
Clive?
now. Okay.
From the left.
We need to get our
3-7.
screen back. We need our producer back. I'm just going to go quickly check for him. Oh.
Let me get that back. Good play.
Chris from the right. 3-8.
Well, we shall see here. It was 7-1 as we pointed out. It's now 8-3. We are with in the second point with a new ball here in the 5th game. We had speculated that might work to Chris and Clive, so Chris Walker and Clive Leach's advantage.
Coming in 9-3.
But so far it is not, and it looks like the number 4 seeds are about to prove why they are the number 4 seeds.
Chris did not look like he bet as well on that one as he has a couple of points earlier. He may be feeling it by now. He's the one who'd be most likely to feel it. He's the one who's been in the oldest and the one who has been the longest time between SDA tournaments. And he's been worked hard with those guys the whole match.
Yep. No matter what happens, this has been a really fun match to watch, and that's just a spectacular shot.
Yep, absolutely.
11-3.
And no matter what happens, Chris and Clive played beautifully tonight.
Yep,
Again.
and we have to give Wayne and Michael and Will some serious credit here because they have they've withstood a real challenge and a bunch of close games where they could have lost their nerve.
And a very discouraging ending to the 4th game.
Left side. 12-3. From the right. 12-4.
The inside out.
Great shot.
Backhand reverse 3-wall neck. Wow. And in case you thought it was an accident, let me just do it again.
5-12.
Great shot.
That's spectacular.
But that only made it 12-5 though.
I know, but nevertheless, still some spectacular stuff. Oh, wow.
That's
6-12.
Oh, no left, they said. I guess they thought it passed them.
6-12.
He didn't even ask for it. Clive is now, you can tell Clive has suddenly thought, we're not totally out of this.
That's right. Oh.
That 6-12.
Wow.
They certainly worked well around that point.
7-12.
7-12.
12-3.
12-3, 7-12, 7-1 also. Let's remember that.
7-12.
Oh my God. Rob?
And he's hit the roll corner from the same swing a few times.
Rob?
They're
Are you seeing what I'm seeing?
They're certainly sticking with it. Clive's not happy about that.
3 lets. 8-12.
He wants a stroke, which I'm not sure is that far from happening, but they won't get it on that.
Oh no!
That broke them.
Chris from the right.
There's so little margin for error when you're that far behind.
And that was a big point. That was at 8-13 to 12-9 differential.
Yep, big difference.
We've seen that happen a couple times today.
No let.
Oh!
Whoa! It was by him. It was by him.
14-8.
That was really well hit by Michael.
Well, Chris didn't protest too much, so I guess he must have thought it was by him too. Well, they made it interesting here. I know it's not completely over, but wow.
That Nick.
Yeah, that's
Mikey from the left.
great shot.
14-9. Match ball.
The wall,
Well, that's game and match. The number 4 seeds, Michael Ferreira and Will Hartigan, take out Chris Walker and Clive Leach. 14-15, 15-13, 15-14, 14-15, 15-9. That's 3-2. They won the second, third, and fifth games. Rob, any closing thoughts you have on that match?
A great effort by Clive and Chris. They really hung in well. I don't think they were too tired to play the fifth game. I just think that there was a little gap in their ability to stay at the level that they played at late in the fourth. And they fell too far behind. They actually made a very nice run even in that game.
Yep.
And were not for that one shot that Chris kind of lost his way on, I think, to sort of make it 13-8 instead of 9-12.
Yep.
That would have been nervous-making time, which is amazing in light of how far behind they were early that game. But I do think that Mike and Will got a little too far ahead a little too quickly in that game for even Clive and Chris to overcome it. They have overcome, in the first round that they won in 07, they were down 14-9, 2-1, 14-9 and managed to win. So they've come back from way back, but this was a little too far back. But still, they played great, and it makes you wonder, maybe Chris and Clive will play some more tournaments together. I mean, Chris has sort of moved on in his life, but he still played beautifully.
I just think this was really a fun match to watch just all around. It was entertaining. I think there was good sportsmanship on everyone's side.
Absolutely.
There was no anger, and there were a couple of people got hit, but done without malice and good humor, and I think there was mutual respect from both teams, and it's kind of what you want to see in the game. It's really good stuff, and I couldn't be more thrilled that it went to 5 games and that we had 3 1-point games, 1 2-point game, and another one that looked like it was going to be a blowaway, but actually wound up getting, at least respectable, if not close.
Absolutely, and and Clive was pretty fired. Clive got very excited. You could see at the thought of possibly winning that game, especially when he hit that 3-wall that ended the 4th game.
Yeah,
because that was an absolutely spectacular shot. No, this was great. One other thing, I think there was more strategy and more all-court play and more variation of the pace in this match than any of the matches I've seen in this tournament.
I think, so far what we have to say is this is the second to last match of the first round, and without question this is the match of the tournament so far.
Absolutely.
And we can probably safely say, we still have one match to go, but safely say it's probably the match of the first round.
Absolutely right.
And we hope that some of the matches in later stages will be as exciting as we go along.
Right. I mean, the top 4 seeds so far have cruised until this match. Yep, you are right. But we haven't seen the number 1 seeds yet. Right.
They're still to come.
Right.
And I don't know, are you sticking around?
And what's more, Arnold is playing with, Scott's playing with who again?
Zach Arnold.
Oh, with Zach. Okay. They're a very good team, but
Zach Alexander, sorry, I got that wrong. Scott Arnold and Zach Alexander.
And I'm not sure if they've ever played a tournament together. I can't think of one offhand.
Well, it'll be fun watching them. They're playing a team that we know has, we heard last night from Jeff Osborne. They've been together for 5 days.
Okay. Right.
So they are not a seasoned team. However, having said that, this will be their 3rd match of the tournament.
They've got plenty of momentum. They've had the day off in between, so there's no energy issues. Jeff Osborne was one of the top doubles players on the tour during the early 2000s.
Yep.
He moved back to Australia about 15 years ago, and we haven't seen much of him since. But he still looks very fit. I mean, he was the best player in the qualifying.
It should be a fun one. They're already warming up. This is the scheduled 7:30 match, and it is now 9:11.
Wow.
So we are a little bit behind schedule for the evening, but that's because we've had some great matches. And we will be back to introduce you to the players in just a little while. Are you sticking around? Do you know? You're not. Okay. So, Rob, thank you very much for
no, it's been
tonight.
wonderful. I've enjoyed these matches a great deal, and it's been great working with you as well, and hopefully we'll see each other more in the next couple of days. But it was really worth it to this last match really made the night. I mean, it was great.
Absolutely.
And by the way, the first match was a great match, too.
You were here for 2 really good ones.
Absolutely.
Thank you for doing it.
Anyway.
Okay.
Yep.
And for everybody else, I'll be back in a few minutes with another color commentator, and we will get the last match of the night underway.
Round of 16. Alexander and Arnold serve. Endresen and Osborne to receive. Best of 5 games. Love all. Level.
Welcome everybody to the last match of the evening. This is your host Will Carlin. I am the host for all of the matches through the tournament. We are up to the very last match of the first round here, and we've got our first view of the number 1 seeds, which are Zach Alexander and Scott Arnold. They are in the dark shirts and dark shorts.
1-1 left
Their
side.
opponents are Reed Endresen and Jeff Osborne. Jeff and Reed have made it through the qualifiers by playing 2 matches, and they've won 2 matches. So this is actually their 3rd match on their road to the first round. So they are a new team that was formed 5 days ago, and yet they've won 2 matches on the SDA Tour already in qualifying. Jeff Osborne, you may remember his name. He was one of the best doubles players on tour about 15 years ago. He's been away for about 15 years. And they've got a tall order today against Alexander and Arnold. But before I go on, let me introduce my co-commentator here. He's from the Heights Casino originally. He played in this tournament. He's still playing in this tournament. He played a great match last night with Graham Bassett as a partner. And I'd like to welcome Hamed Anbari.
Hey, Will. Thanks.
So, glad to have you here.
Yeah, happy to be here.
You're playing again tomorrow, so I'm a little surprised you're willing to do this late match tonight, but we appreciate you being here.
The free beer is still flowing.
You played great last night. I know you and Graham have some reservations about how you played, but it was a very mature match. You had to adjust your strategy for a team that was trying to hit hard, and I thought the way you took the pace off the ball and really adjusted and played great, and I thought you set up Graham. I know you're a gifted shot maker, but the way you set up Graham to really take on a little bit more of that role with you were the one who was really controlling the pace, and I thought it was really fun to watch.
Yeah, he seemed to be shooting
4-2
pretty well,
left.
And I mean, I thought his winner to error ratio was pretty good, and so we were gonna keep going with that. It's also he's kind of
5-2
an
right.
instinct player, so you can't tell him too much, right? So,
he might listen to this. I just want you to know.
That's fine.
You got to be careful.
Nothing I wouldn't say to him. Yeah.
All right. Well, you know these guys, so give me your assessment of. First, let's talk about our number 1 seeds.
Are they the number 1? I thought Stout and
nope. Stout.
These guys are.
No, these guys are number 1. They were number 2.
Thanks, Zach.
They're at the bottom of the draw still.
And out 3-5.
But they are that came from Graham Bassett himself. So I'm assuming that he is correct in what he told me.
So Zach actually, I think, won it last year.
He did.
Yeah, with Chris.
Correct. He's a defending champion. And of course, this year, Chris Callis and Monik Mahur have been playing unbelievable squash, but Monik got hurt and had to pull out, and that's what's meant why you're not sure about the seeding and why I'm pretty sure about what's going on, because it threw everything into a little bit of chaos.
Yeah, he in the O'Reilly a couple weekends ago, he just went in pretty big for a ball and seemed to really hurt his hamstring. It's a shame because he's just been frustrated by injuries.
Yeah, he tore his Achilles 2 years ago, I think.
Yeah.
And he came back from that and was moving. I mean, I think he's one of the best movers in the game.
Yeah.
He's glorious to watch. And
me and Graham played him in the first tournament back. It was Baltimore, I guess, earlier this season, and he was moving fantastic. The first couple games, he seemed a little unsure of it, but once he got some confidence in it, he's just such a big guy. He covers so much court, and he's actually lightning quick.
Well, you're too young to have done it, but I have torn the old Achilles. So I had that surgery and came back, and although I was back on court in about 7 or 8 months, it was pretty quick, but I wasn't really moving well and confident on it for about a year.
Yeah.
And now
but after a year,
7-4.
it's been fine since then. It was full recovery, so I suspect the same will happen to him.
You do it playing singles or doubles?
Singles.
Yeah.
Yep. So it was a sort of traditional thing.
And how old were you when you did it?
I did it, I guess I was probably right around 40 maybe. So.
Yeah, Monik and Sobi are quite young to have done it.
Yeah. Well, but it happens,
Yeah.
Tom Brady was young. He's now thought of as the old quarterback, but he was young when he tore his as well. So.
I didn't realize the quarterback tore. Really?
Yeah.
Wow, what a shot! I love this shot. This reverse.
All right, so let's keep talking about
side.
this. So Zach Alexander, he's playing the left wall on the team that's all in black. He won it with Chris Callis last year. Chris has a different partner this year, and he played yesterday, and he played very well. And Zach has teamed up with Scott Arnold. So
Scott Arnold has played with John Russell for some of the season, and I think
9-4.
This is
right.
a new partnership for them. And then Jeff is trying to now going on to Jeff Osborne is trying to play a bit more now that he's he plays 1 or 2 events when he can get here from Australia, but I think he just bought a club in Baltimore, and so he's hoping to get back on tour, spend a bunch of time here. And Reed plays at the Racket and Tennis Club. He's
9-5.
Great player. He doesn't play much on the SDA, but I suspect that's just from time constraints and work constraints.
Yeah, he went to Harvard. He was the team captain there. He helped Harvard capture the title in the 2011 CSA championships.
10-5 right side.
And now he's actually, he's not a full-time squash player. He's working at William Trading in New York City. And Jeff, here's a little fun trivia about Jeff.
Level 10-5.
While he was in Australia, there was a feature article on him in Men's Health magazine.
Oh, no way.
And the article was, I gave up squash so I could develop my abs. And I swear to you this is true. And there's a picture of him with rock hard abs.
I gotta see this.
He credits squash, stopping playing squash for helping him develop his abs.
I don't know how that works.
I guess he's decided that
he's given up the abs for squash again.
Maybe, although I haven't seen him without the shirt
article.
So, and just to give Zach and Scott their bona fides, Zach is ranked number 8 in the SDA, and Scott is ranked number 4. So they are formidable. And Jeff doesn't have a ranking right now because he's been away for a while, so he hasn't gotten enough points yet. And Reed similarly hasn't earned enough points yet. So that makes them sound as though they're not good players, but they are good players.
11-5 left
even though they're falling behind in this game early on. The road is always going to be an uphill climb for them in this match.
Yeah, the boys in black are they're so steady. And one thing that makes a lot of difference in doubles is just sheer size. And when you're on court with somebody, we have Arnold, you just sort of, if he stands in front of you, it's hard to see, and he's just got a good presence. And both these guys have great positioning.
12-5 right.
I think this could get pretty quick unless these boys change up their strategy.
Yeah, so let's talk about that for a second. So let's say that you were tasked in the Jeff and Reed position of taking on Zach and Scott. What would you do? What would your strategy be?
Well,
how would you approach it?
For starters, I'd pick one where I think these guys are just sort of out there playing, right? You're not seeing any kind of a pattern. They're not picking any particular opponent to go at. It seems like Jeff can really crank the ball, so that usually helps set up your partner. But I haven't seen them try to go with, okay, I'm going to crank it to, Zach's backhand. Hopefully he coughs one up, and then you take it in short on Scott, who's the slower of the two.
13-5 left.
And they haven't taken it to that corner once yet.
So when you and Graham are plotting, do you get that detailed when you're plotting strategy? Do you sort of think?
Well, we try to, but like Mike Tyson says, everyone's got a plan until they get punched in the face. So,
right.
14-5, game ball.
And with Graham again, he's sort of instinctual and sort of lets it fly, stuff like that. So, but yeah, we have.
But you're thinking some of those patterns in your head and trying to make it some. If you notice something there, you want to sort of take advantage of it.
Yeah, certainly. I think there was a couple games where we went up 5-6 points, and then all of a sudden it was 6-all, and I would just say to Graham, our basics are better than their basics. Let's win a couple points with basics, and he did. He had great cross-court passes where I think we won 3 or 4 easy points just on cross-court passing shots, and I was like, there's no need to flirt with the tin when you're up 6-love.
Well, as you said, it's an uphill climb for these guys, so the randomly playing hasn't worked out too well.
No, I think they need to take the ball a lot deeper. I haven't really seen any balls go to the back of the court with any kind of pressure and then take it in short. As it stands now, I mean, it seems like they're just getting worked pretty good.
Yeah, so 15-5, first game. It's, for the number 1 seeds, if you're number 1 seeds, there's a little bit of anxiety that I think comes with that, especially this one where it's not exactly, you haven't played together. You weren't the hot team coming in. And now you're seeded number 1, eyes are on you. So I know in the past when I've been seeded number 1, I can get a little anxious about that. But this is a nice start.
Yeah.
It's a relatively calm first game. They get their bearings under them. They're playing well.
Yep.
So now if you wanted to get a little bit of match under your belt, you want to win 3 zips super dominantly, or would you like there to be a little resistance so you can sort of feel?
Well, I don't think you ever want to drop a game, which I know that's not what you meant. I think typically what I'll do is if we're up 2 comfortably, I'll start to work on some stuff. Okay, let me see my reverse off the back, my backhand drop, things that in a tight game, tight situation, I wouldn't go for it. 13-all. I'm not going to float the ball to the front of the court like I normally would. If I'm just trying to work on something, there's there's sort of a repertoire of shots you have and a confidence level in those shots, and I'd say the further you're up, the more you go down the repertoire of shots just to see what's working, at this stage. And every court is different, right? All the courts that we play on are different. This one in particular, what I really like about it for a right wall guy is that front nick is pretty wide, and so your boast and your volley cross court short nick are great shots. I find the reverse to be quite difficult. It's a springy sidewall, so it comes up. I had trouble laying down the reverse, but I found the boast and the cross court volley nick much easier shots. And I'd say from the backhand, there's a couple. Obviously, there's a door over there, so you have that. So you have that's a pretty big nick. I know that there's times where I go for that. Nice tight ball here.
Yeah, well, this court. Obviously, you grew up playing on this court. And
as I say that, Osborne just rolled out a boast, and I think that's that's an advantage that the right waller has.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we've played on this court. I love this court. I always say that beam has cost me more points, not by hitting it, but by trying not to hit it.
Right, exactly.
Because I end up leaving balls very short. I think that's going to be a stroke.
Yeah.
1-2, left side.
What's it like? Did you feel the love from the crowd last night?
I think at this point I'm too old for anybody to remember or know that I've been here. But yeah, there's been a couple years where I think Sconzo back when he was ref, and he would always announce me as I played junior squash here and grew up here, and family's still a member here. So there's times when I think in past years the gallery would be packed with kids sitting and dangling their legs. I certainly remember doing that.
I was one of those kids once upon a time.
I think some of those photos are still floating around, and I can sort of see what a 8-year-old me looked like watching the doubles. And back in the day, I mean, some of the guys didn't even wear goggles when they were playing. I know you're big on that. But it's crazy to see, with the wooden rackets and the hiked up shorts and no goggles, how far the game's come.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Ned Edwards, the Todd Binns. There was a lot of Mark Talbot.
There was some, all through there. Clive Caldwell, John Nimick,
Yep.
Kenton Jernigan, Jamie Bentley, Gary Waite, obviously. What's interesting is that some of those players, the teams transitioned. So, we had Jamie Bentley playing with a few people and then sort of ending up with Gary Waite, and then Gary Waite eventually became the transition into Damian Mudge, and Damian Mudge went through a number of partners and won with them all.
Yeah, well, Gary, Ben Gould, Victor Berg, and then Monic.
Yep.
So not too many.
Well,
he's always had good ones.
That's pretty good though to win.
Sure. Oh.
And this title 17 straight
17 times. Yeah.
17 times.
Yeah, this is a great court for someone like Damian because of that beam. So and he's so tall and he can jump up, and so he defends so well, and then pace really makes a big difference. This is a lively court.
Yeah.
What a great shot by Zach.
5-1 right side.
Jeff is having some fun here as we. What's nice about Jeff is that he does have fun. He likes it to be physical. He likes it to be fast, but he's got he does it with sort of. People who are physical and want to hit it hard, it can rub some people the wrong way, and I think Jeff doesn't do that often. He manages to keep a little bit of spirit about it.
Yeah, he can really. I'd like to see him crank it up and make things more uncomfortable for the guys in black. At least sort of back him up, and because he's got real next level pace, and as he skies on out of court.
6-2.
The trick is when you are a new team and you've made it through 2 rounds of qualifying that you weren't even sure if you were going to be able to do that. I think there's a tendency, I'm not saying these guys are feeling satisfied consciously, but subconsciously I think you can feel like, hey, we did pretty well.
Sure.
We got to the first round, now we're playing the number 1 seed, so.
Right.
And the reality is, you never know.
That's right.
And, I'm sure you and I have been around the game a long time, so that we've both seen and played in our share of upsets, and I've been upset as well, where somebody came out and had the attitude like, I don't care who Will is, I'm gonna try my damnedest, and all of a sudden I was in a dogfight, and I've over my career I lost some of those dogfights.
Sure.
Level 3-6.
But a lot of times this happens, where I feel like people, and I'm not saying it's conscious, I'm not saying they went into the match thinking,
3-6.
but I think subconsciously it can be hard.
Yeah, my first couple years on tour, you qualify, or you even win a first round, or you're making the later, and then you're playing somebody. I remember I play Leach and whoever he was playing with, and they're the number 1 or 2 seed. And you haven't yet believed that you can win.
Yes.
You want to win for sure, and you're going to play as hard as you can, but believing is so much of it. And then after a couple of years, when I watched enough and played enough, I'm like, we're right there. It's just a matter of who keeps their head in it and who plays smarter, and a couple of shots go your way, and that's really what it took to get a breakthrough. As Reed, did he roll out? I think he rolled out a
3-7 left.
No, hit the beam.
Hit the beam. Yeah, it was out of court.
Redo 3-7.
Yeah, this court doesn't that whirly-bird boast. I love that's sort of my go-to defensive shot when I'm in the back, and this court completely takes it away. So you have to go back to just a rail or just a basic, not so great lob, and it's what makes the court fast.
You're being modest because I thought you lobbed last night unbelievably well. You were
great shot.
I think it was really one of the keys to you guys winning was you took the pace off. They wanted desperately to hit through you guys.
Yeah.
And whenever the points got hard and fast and furious, although I know you and Graham can play that game, when you did a couple times, Graham would make an error, and then you guys would reset, and they would keep trying to pummel, and you would just say no problem and just lob it back. Particularly you.
Yeah.
I thought you were really the pace setter of everybody out there. Of all 4 players, you were the one who was, once you got it in your head that that's what you were going to do, you dictated the pace.
9-4 left.
And what I really liked about it was it made it so that when Graham did pound some balls. He had a very good cross court that he kept hitting hard, and he got 5 or 6 winners off of it, and he had some other forcing shots. But it only happened after you slowed down the pace.
Right side.
Right.
When it was frenetic, that cross court didn't work that well.
Right.
But when you slowed down the pace, that pace differential made a huge, huge difference.
Yeah, it's like a change-up in baseball.
Yeah, and so I thought you were lobbing, and I think maybe it's you have a different lob on some other courts, and I know this one you can't do quite as high a lob, but you know where that beam is because you played it all your life, and I thought you were taking advantage of that knowledge really well last night.
So it looks like this game's going with the same playbook as the first, and I think you're right. I think these guys are just sort of trying to make a good showing of it. There we go.
That's what you said you wanted to see.
10-5 left, Zach.
I mean, he's such a strong guy, right? I just wish he would give Scott a little body and put that down the wall. I mean, I think Thor, the guy I played yesterday, I think there was one where he sort of, not only did he hit that, he then came back into me and gave me a little shoulder check to make sure I wasn't.
I remember that shot actually. He checked you right out of the way.
Yeah, right out of the way.
And he had a great rail too.
Yeah.
I mean, you were going to be hard pressed even if he had
vanished. Exactly.
Because he hit it so well.
So I think Jeff, I'd like to see him, inject a little bit of himself into it because I think, I mean, you kind of need that corner.
6-11.
You can see how far back Scott was. It was the right shot, but I think Reach just a little rusty, and maybe the pace is a bit too fast for him. He hasn't played too much SDA.
Yep. But again, let's give them their due. They won 2 qualifying matches to get here, and the qualifiers these days
they're brutal.
Yeah, they're tough.
They're absolutely brutal. Last season, I think there you go, Jeff. In the NAO.
7-11 right.
No, the Big Apple Open, me and Vargas.
Rito, 7-11.
Won 2 qualifiers, and then by the time we got to the semifinal, we had played 5 matches. And the guys we were playing, it was their second match. And this is in the span of, 2.5 days. It's not like we're taking a week. So it was I didn't count the games, but there was I think Boston this
8-11 left
played
side.
23 games of squash in the 3 days.
Wow, that's a lot.
I was there, and I didn't even win it, so it wasn't even you can imagine it. This is much better showing. Now we're within 3. There you go. Oh no, Jeff. I'm not even sure what he was going for. I don't know.
And out, 12-8.
Look at the racket, right? It was the racket's fault.
It's the racket.
12-8 coming in.
It's always the racket.
For someone who hits it so hard, he obviously times it well. It's strange that he just must have slipped out of it or he took his eye off it.
Well, let's also give him a little break that he said he really didn't play. He played 0 doubles for 15 years.
Yeah.
And he said he was only getting on a squash court every once in a while. And there was a magazine article.
That's true about it.
That said that he gave it up. So he was doing commentary yesterday with me, and I don't think he actually
13-8.
really gave it up completely.
Left side.
But he wasn't playing a lot.
Yeah.
He was running a club in Australia and enjoying that. And he thought his squash days were behind him, and he got the bug again. And here he is, and it's great because he's a good player.
Yeah, and I think he's been back a few times, and I think he got injured in the Briggs Cup. And I remember I played him a couple seasons ago. He came over, but it's also tough when you come from, like you said, these guys don't have any points. When you come from Australia, you don't have your pick a partner either because there's not too many guys that want to slug it out in a qualifier.
Yeah.
And he forced racket error.
Zach, 13-9 right. Zach.
This is definitely better here.
Yeah, it's better. I mean, it's just come down to a couple little read, just not put the ball away, which is kind of what it doesn't seem like Jeff has put away ability other than the pace. So he's kind of relying on his partner for that. And that was a miss, it looked like.
And out, 10-13.
Yep. But again, that's just too easy. That was a bad miss, but that was a sitter. So Reed got to hit his spots, got to get that cross court on the side wall. This is better. This is what they want. They definitely want Arnold in the back of the court, and then hoping that Reed gets something that he can put in that front corner. But it takes, I mean, you got to be willing to be out there for an hour and a half, 2 hours, and play really long points, just like this one to do it. So in the back, and now you got to reset, which you did a good job of.
Yep.
And now the black team's in front. Now they're in back. So hopefully this will be a good point to build on either way.
Oh.
One thing you have to like about Jeff Osborne
10-14,
is he's
Reed
moving up.
left.
I mean, he's planting himself firmly in front of Scott.
Ooh, just missed the neck.
Out. Right side, 11-14.
Definitely a better game, but they were never quite
1-4.
Never really tested. Right, good scoreline, but it doesn't seem like they've really been. There hasn't been a stressful, edgy shot for them yet.
I agree. Having said that, they were way down in this game too,
Yeah,
and
for
to
sure.
close the gap to, was either going to be a 3 or 4 point game, most likely.
Ooh, and the beam comes
12-4 left.
So look, I mean,
Now maybe if they get one more point, then
12-14.
we can see what an edgy shot from the number 1 seed comes. I don't know what your opinion is, but I'm a big believer that not all winners are created equal. It's easy to hit at 1-all in scoreline, and 14-all is way different.
Out.
Totally.
He's doing push-ups.
He's doing push-ups. You're not allowed to make that error. I kind of like that.
Yeah.
That's like going back to junior days. Like
he's a
there were
funny
some
guy.
coaches who, you hit a 10, down for 10.
That's right.
Down for 10. Well, that was better. I'm impressed that they were able to sort of keep plugging away there, and maybe a little less impressed that Zach and Scott let up a little bit there too.
Yeah.
What? If I'm looking at them as potential winners of this tournament, what I'd like to see them do in this next game is come out and win it convincingly.
Yeah.
Now, what I'd like to see from a spectator point of view is another close game.
Yeah.
But I'm sort of thinking about. I think it's very hard to be a top seed sometimes, and I always am interested to see how people respond to that pressure. So.
Yeah, what was it? I can't remember which junior coach it was, but it was like it's one thing to get to number 1, staying there is a whole different story, and that's why I'm so impressed with guys like El Shabaghi and even John Sher and Jahangir, just years and years of undefeated. It's just to have that mentality and that motivation, and even Mudge, the 17-year record here.
That's unbelievable.
Yeah.
Mark Talbot.
Yeah, Mark Talbot was another one.
And Nick Matthew would be in that camp. And, people who were, there and even who got there multiple times but then hung out there for a while. It's very hard. How about Heather Mackay?
Yeah. Well, I think most winning of all, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
She lost 1 match in her entire career.
Yeah.
But, it was a different game back then. But I will tell you that.
But it doesn't matter.
I played her. I played her when
invent
she
a
was
game
like
and
55 years old, and she was damn good.
Yeah.
Not like just so, but
who did she lose the
good.
1 match to?
It was so the story goes
We need
that
Dinnerman for this.
I know this one that she started to play and she thought she was pretty good. And
Games
after a
are
few
2
months,
love,
she entered
level.
a local tournament, and she lost in the finals of that local tournament. And that was it.
That was it, huh?
She never lost again.
For 17 years or
18 years.
Yeah, incredible.
Level.
and I think it was also practice as well, right? She didn't lose any nothing, no friendlies.
When I say she didn't lose again,
Yeah.
I mean she lost to some men in some exhibition matches.
Sure.
But that's it. And then she went on, as you may know, when she retired from squash, she went to play racquetball,
That's right.
she won the World Racquetball Championship. Didn't lose there. Retired from that.
Is she still around? Like, what is she doing?
She's a coach.
She better be a coach.
Yeah, she's still
One
vital.
left side.
I mean, she's,
admittedly, the tour wasn't super large, but take me at my word. She knew how to play the game. Like,
sure.
By even today's standard, she was a very good squash player.
Yeah.
A very good squash player. It wasn't like, when you look at pictures of Wimbledon and the people are wearing the long skirts and,
right.
They look like ballerinas, and you give them a lot of credit because they beat the people in their time.
Yep.
But you also know that wouldn't play against Serena today.
Right.
Heather Mackay with the right instruments
Two love,
would
right
be
side.
right in there.
Yeah, it's very impressive.
Today.
Two love.
Another racket error by Jeff, and he's visibly and noticeably frustrated, I think, with himself. There you go, Reed.
Down.
So that's
and out.
one winner,
1-2.
no errors. I think Reed had a decent
1-2.
ratio last game. I don't think he had any winners, but he only made the one error I can think of. And I think in the first game there were just too many errors from both guys there. But I think this is the one where, if I were the red team, this is the one game where I'm like, maybe I can sneak this one, because these guys are, like I said, you work on different things, and you might get a little complacent. And if there's enough intensity, sometimes you can sneak a game.
Well, that's also why I said earlier, it's what I look for from the number one seeds is for them to show me something here.
It just seems like Reed is just not strong enough on that wall.
Reed left 1-3.
I think he can play both sides, and I've seen Jeff play the left, and I think Jeff's pretty strong on the left. But right now it just seems like Zach his technique is just so good. He's so clinical.
And out, 4-1.
And Reed just sort of seems scrappy and, like he's just hanging on. Every ball he's just sort of getting back. And I think that's the difference. Yeah, and they're obviously keeping away from Jeff.
Yeah, well, it's clear they've heard you. They're playing Reed.
Yeah.
They probably don't need to do that, and they can probably get away with this. But
4-2. You calling that?
The game does seem to tend to gravitate towards the left wall.
I didn't really see it, guys.
For sure.
So
Hartigan,
the controversy here was
that? Sorry. It's 4-1. Thanks.
So that's Mikey and Will. That was an exciting match.
And out, 2-4.
Hit Jeff?
Say it again.
I didn't see what
Sorry,
that shot
guys.
was.
$4-2.
Not sure what happened
4-2.
there.
There's a lot of conversation going on, but
I think maybe it hit Reed's racket.
Oh, is that what you think happened? Okay, maybe.
That was
a
better.
Nice shot.
Yeah,
that was a good shot.
Died into the wall.
And now 3-4.
A loose ball by Zach, but still good shot. Much better point.
That's, yeah.
4-all.
That's
Left side, 4-all.
I think he changed his mind mid-swing.
4-all.
Let's see if Jeff gets some intensity in him and maybe starts heating it up a bit. When that ball gets going, it can be tough to shoot it. Wow.
Nice shot.
4-5 left. Rito. 4-5.
Scott's got such a flat way of hitting it, and it really stays down on you.
I don't know his game as well as I know some of the others, and he's obviously a big guy.
Yeah, he's a big guy, and I like the way he hits that forehand. It just sort of seems so flat. There's not a lot of spin on it.
Reed. 5-all.
There we go. 2 winners for Reed this game.
What I'm watching, though, is it seems like, at least in this match, he's ceding a lot of the front to
Yeah,
Jeff.
he definitely is, yeah.
And it seems like he's big enough that he should be
pushing forward. Yeah, I agree.
Nice
shot, Jeff. Here we go.
I know he's
6-5 left side.
one of the best doubles players out there right now. but I really would love to see him be much more in front.
Sometimes, depending on the team you're playing, I guess, you know, he doesn't really think that Reed has that shot to go at him there. Oh, that's a nice route. Oh, good pickup.
This is better.
Much better.
Really better by these guys. And you can see it in their body language, too. They're starting to say, you know what? We can play some points here. That's a nice
that's a great ball.
Wow.
7-5. 7-5, right?
Fantastic.
Yeah.
They've got a lead.
First lead. Now it's getting a little edgy.
8-5 left.
Here we go. It's the right shot. But Reed's pretty quick, and I think that was an error that Reed has forced because he's been picking everything up.
Well, right now, if you were just watching this point,
yeah,
you would say red team is the dominant team.
That's right.
Oh.
You need to hit that side wall. Oh, I do the same thing, but you have
and
to
out,
hit that side wall
6-8.
if you're Reed.
6-8 coming in. 6-8.
God, those points hurt to lose when you just had them by, you know, those are so frustrating. You had them every chance you had.
Seven, 8 left side.
Another nice roll. Although it was set up by that pretty high drop by Reed. I think he should be going to Arnold's corner.
Second serve, 7-8.
I think he should be shooting in that front corner because his movement hasn't been tested yet.
Yeah.
I mean, Zach's punished him on a few right there. So I think there's a I doubt you're sticking around for it, but I think there's a pro-am on after this. And so we're nice get. Oh, he's got it.
Oh, no.
And out, 8-all.
Are there push-ups coming?
He's so mad.
8-all.
What a funny guy. I hope we get him back on tour for a while. And so the word is that the Pro-Am, the winner of the Pro-Am tonight, which is, you know, I mean, what are we at? We're at almost 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
The winner has to play tomorrow at 8 a.m.
No.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, no. That's brutal. That's like,
yeah,
that reminds me of junior days where there were tournaments like that.
Well, and it's just like the tournament organizer obviously didn't like you guys. Like, you guys did something wrong. Maybe not.
There's a great tournament in Atlanta put on by Tom Rumpler, who used to be one of the pros here in New York, and then he went and created it was a huge part of creating Atlanta squash as a hub of squash in the United States. But he puts on a tournament that's called the Grand Masters. Mm-hmm. And the conceit is that they have skill level tournaments, you know, like the 5-5, 6-0.
Yeah, 9-8, Scott,
all the way down.
left side.
But they also have age groups. And if you are eligible for an age group, you have to play the age group. And then you can elect also to play a skill level.
Okay.
But you have to play the age group. And so what happens is what most people do is they enter at least 2 draws, and sometimes 3. And I've been guilty of that. I played at one time I played 11 matches these are singles matches, but 11 matches in 3 days.
Wow.
And, you know, had a couple of those.
And they're quality matches too, right? They're not like walkovers.
Yeah, I mean, in some of the age groups,
right.
I was the number 1 or 2 seed, so I sort of had some easier first round matches there. But yeah, it's a lot of squash.
Yeah,
it's a lot of squash. And there was one young man who played. He wasn't playing in the age groups, but he played in like 2 or 3 draws, and he played. I can't remember. I think it was 13 matches in 3 days.
Ooh.
So.
Yeah.
There we go. Reed, 3 winners.
Zach left,
and
10-9.
the right choice to Scott's corner.
All right. Well, let's see if let's see what happens here at the end
the quality's been getting better. It's just been a couple of
better.
Yeah.
Zach and Scott need to. I'm sure they do not want to lose the game. And by the same token, Reed and Jeff would love to get a game. Long point here.
Yep. Reed's holding his own.
His game has markedly gotten better as this match has progressed.
Oh, that's two errors in a row for Jeff.
Zach, right side, 11-9.
He missed a reverse and he missed that one.
11-9.
But it seems like they're not giving Reed really. Reed's just playing so many balls that he doesn't have the opportunity to really take anything short with quality, so I think that's where Jeff probably felt the need to.
Right. Well, that's the trick when your opponent is, when your partner is the one who's getting played.
Oh wow, great touch.
12-9.
That's nicely done by Zach. But when your partner is getting a ton of balls and you start to think, well, I'm the player who's supposed to be able to do something, you finally get an opportunity.
Exactly. There's a lot of pressure on you to do something, and then. And it's mainly just impatience from not seeing a lot of balls.
Yeah, it's mostly in your head, but I know I've definitely been guilty of that in doubles. Where I've made some errors on thinking I needed to do something. Oh, finally I get a chance.
Yeah. Happens in the pro-ams a lot too.
Yeah. Yeah, that would be a perfect test case for that. But these are good points.
Oh, that's frustrating. I think that's the third or fourth
right.
one where he's standing right there and he still can't get the roll. Zach's got a great roll from up there. It's not an easy shot to hit. He makes it look so easy.
Yeah.
Oh, and Scott dumps
and
one on
out,
the floor.
10-13.
This is a tough shot. The volley boast is a tough shot.
Come on, Pete.
Oh, nice spot by Jeff. Good
Jeff
angle,
left,
good hard spot.
11-13.
All right, so they got a chance here coming in within two. Again, they're really working Reed, short and long. I mean, he's just scrambling just to stay in it.
But he is.
Oh.
Wow.
And then I think Zach.
Right side, Rito, 11-14.
That's a great shot. Now, you were talking about that late night, early match. This is not quite that extreme, but the winner of this match, which looks like it's going to be Zach and Scott, they are the first match on tomorrow at 1:45 in the afternoon.
Oh, it's 1:45. Wow.
Yeah.
And I think, yep,
and
that'll do it. That'll do it. Well, this was a entertaining night of squash. The quality was quite good, and I think the camera has gotten much better. I don't know if it's just our viewing here, but it's great to see the ball, and I love the heights. Is one of the best viewing courts.
Yeah,
you can just perched up high is great. So, well, Will, it's been a pleasure being in the booth with you. I'm going to rest up. And
thank you very much. Good luck tomorrow.
What
time are you guys on?
I think we're the 7 p.m.
7
Must
p.m.
Be, which might as well be 9 or 10 because I think we're the last one on. So.
Well, the matches are much more spaced out tomorrow. So
is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So you will probably start pretty close to on time tomorrow.
That's good.
So good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
I really enjoyed watching you play last night, and looking forward to seeing you play tomorrow. And thanks for being here tonight.
Thanks a lot.
And I'll close off with everybody, but thank you and good luck.
Thanks, Will.
So everybody who's still on, thank you very much for hanging in there with us. We've had a great day of matches. Some really, really fun stuff that's happened here. So let me just give a quick review. We had our first match of the day we got to see two fairly evenly matched teams, and they were Clinton Leeuw and Omar El Kashef, who took out Andres Vargas and Kyle Martino. Very entertaining 4-game match. That was great. Second match was between a team that is extremely well known in singles, from Ryan Cuskelly and Cameron Pilley, who are both top 20 players in the world in singles, who have recently retired. And they took on Will Mariani and Justin Todd. And that was a very entertaining match too, because the Australian team was playing against some Canadian team, and the Australian team managed to figure it out against a much more experienced Canadian team, and they also won 3-1 after dropping the second game, I believe. They won the first game, dropped the second, and then won the last two. The third match of the night was perhaps the best match of the night, certainly in terms of excitement level, it certainly was. And that was Michael Ferreira and Will Hartigan taking on Chris Walker and Clive Leach, two legends of the game, who are much older than everybody else, 52 and 47 years old respectively. And that match went the first few games when Chris Walker and Clive Leach won the first game 15-14. Then the second game went to Ferreira and Hartigan 15-13. Then the third game went to Ferreira and Hartigan 15-14. Then the fourth game went to Walker and Leach 15-14. And then the last game was a little less close, 15-9, and the number 4 seeds did in fact prevail. So that was our third match of the night, and really fun, entertaining, exciting, fun match to watch. And then our last match, which we just saw, was Reed Endresen and Jeff Osborne, who made it through two qualifying matches to get to the main draw. We're playing against this year's number 1 seed, Zach Alexander, who's defending champion, albeit with a different partner from last year, and his current partner this year, Scott Arnold. And we just saw that was a 3-love victory for Zach and Scott, befitting their number 1 seeding. Reed and Jeff got better as the match went on, but Zach and Scott were a little bit too much for them. So that does it for our matches today. We are back here tomorrow at 1:45, and that match is actually the team that we just saw, Zach Alexander and Scott Arnold, and they are playing the very first team of tonight, Clinton Leeuw and Omar El Kashef, and they are playing at 1:45. Then we've got a match at 3, 5:45, and 7. Another 4 matches. Those are the quarterfinal matches tomorrow, and then the semifinals on Saturday, finals on Sunday. We are moving right through, and thank you all so much for hanging in here. This is Will Carlin. I will be signing off tonight from the 2020 David C. Johnson Memorial Squash Doubles Tournament in Brooklyn Heights, Brooklyn. Hope to see you again here tomorrow. Thanks, everybody. Good night.